right. Good evening and welcome to the May 7th meeting of the Portsmouth Historic District Commission. We have a pretty full agenda tonight, but it's the only meeting we have this month, which is nice. I will introduce our commission here to my far right. I have our alternate, Larry Booz.
Good evening.
Dr. Dan Brown.
Good evening.
Martin Ryan.
Good evening.
Our vice chair, Margot Doring.
Hello.
I'm Chair Reagan Rudig. We have Isaac Gilbo from the Planning Department.
Good evening.
John Wyckoff.
Hello.
Our City Council Representative, Rich Blaylock, will be here eventually. He's coaching a Little League game. And we have David Adams.
Good evening.
All right, so the board's action in these matters has been deemed to be quasi-judicial in nature. If any person believes any member of the board has a conflict of interest, that issue should be raised at this point or it will be deemed waived. All right, so first off, we have the approval of last month's minutes from April 2nd.
I'll make a motion that we approve as presented.
There was one typo that I discovered with the minute taker just this morning. On page 6, there's one particular vote that should be 5-2, not 5-3, as we only had 7 voting members. Just for clarification purposes.
Okay.
Very honest of you.
Okay, make a motion to approve with the one correction that Isaac has noted.
Second.
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 All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, we're going to move on to our administrative approvals. Does anybody see any conflicts of interest? Anybody need to recuse themselves? Okay, great.
Are there any that anyone would wish to pull out for further discussion?
I would like to have further discussion on 180 Middle Street, please.
Okay. We will, would you like to start with that one and then we can move on, or? Okay. Sure. So we will start with item number 2, which is 180 Middle Street. And I will get my screen shared just 1 second. So the applicant here is seeking approval for a fence replacement. Excuse me. There we go. Currently, the existing fence is a wood fence. They need to replace a portion of that has been sort of damaged and rotten over time. They are proposing to use cedar posts and top rails with AZEK vertical board posts. The design and the location and the size would all be similar and matching to the remaining portions of fence that exist. And we can see some of the detailing here, which they would again replicate. And then here, just another portion of the fence that would be rebuilt.
Do we have a representative? Do you mind if we ask a few questions? I guess I think one of the main confusions is which material is going where? There seems to be a combination of materials here.
John Hickok from 180 Middle Street. The intention is to replicate the existing design, look and feel of the fence using AZEK product, solid AZEK product, with the exception of the posts in the back, on the back side, which will wrap around a steel rod.
Okay, so, and the top, the molding at the top rail is wood?
Currently.
Is going to be wood or no?
My understanding it'll be AZEK. That's my understanding.
Okay. So the whole thing. Yes, John.
Is this going to be built with AZEK boards, or are these fence panels? You know what I'm saying? Do they come in sections, panels?
Boards and panels.
Never mind.
Any other questions?
Can they represent the molding on the top with AZEK products? They have a nice picture of the top
Yeah,
molding
so
detail.
This one. So that can be replicated with AZEC?
That's my understanding.
Now,
Anybody
this
else?
is quite a prominent fence in quite a prominent area of the neighborhood. Some beautiful houses. And on the left is a huge chunk of the same fence that, I imagine, is that planned in the future?
Yeah, it is a very prominent piece of this property and this area. We understand that, and our intention is to keep it. Right now, it's rotting badly. Some of you may have inspected it. Because of the cost of doing it in this manner, the plan is to do this over in 3 phases. The section to the right of the front steps will be the first phase, and then in a year, as we are able to fund the cost, we'll do the second phase, which would be the comparable section to the left side of the steps. And then the long section along the street would be done in, hopefully, in 2 years.
So essentially, what we approved today is probably going to be the mold for the next time. So it's kind of important that we decide that this is the fence style, materials, and so on that will be all over the property at some point. So if we decide AZEC now, we're kind of saying AZEC later.
Yes, John. Sorry.
I can't support this. I just can't support this plastic fence on possibly, could be the second oldest brick building that we have in Portsmouth, which got all the care in the world 3 or 4 years ago. A really first-class renovation to make these condominiums. And to take it at this time and put this kind of material, I just can't support it.
What, Mr. Wyckoff, if give me a little bit of conversation. What would you do? I mean, I'm wondering if we're staving off a thing that it can't be done or won't be done well for something that could possibly be done well.
Yes, it could be. I would probably, I believe it would be tongue and groove pine boards. They do have a number of lightly treated pine boards now that are primed and last a very long time. All the moldings and the top cap could all be, and then painted, maintained and painted. There's really nothing wrong with these fences that if somebody looks at them in every couple years and touches them up or something, and people get a new fence and they let it go 15 years and they wonder why it's rotted. I just can't support this plastic. I know for one thing that it is very shiny.
Any other thoughts?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Martin?
I would just make an argument that that this material, you can't tell if it's wood. If it's painted, you can't tell if it's wood or plastic or vinyl or composite. And yeah, we live in a world where this kind of craftsmanship isn't as available as it once was. I don't like the fact that we're here where we are, but I see plastic all over town in different historic homes. It lasts forever. It looks just like wood. So I have it on my own home. I don't like it, but when it comes into contact with the ground and things like that, it just survives better. So
It's true, I agree with that.
that's the other side of the argument, and I could live with this if it's done exactly the way it's currently appears and is configured. So I could see, reluctantly, I can accept this.
To that end, sir, I'm really on the fence on this. In as much as I fear the things that go wrong with plastic, I don't believe that I'm not convinced from what we have as documentation that they're going to join the pieces together. One of the things when you go to look at this fence is the fact that it's made out of boards on the outside is supposed to be ignored. The boards are joined together smoothly. There's no beads or quirks or bevels. There's to make it look like a solid surface, and then the vertical battens that are put on to divide it into things that look like panels. So the question is, can they achieve that look with the plastic board? I don't know. Another thing that happens with a plastic board, and yes, I believe that painted and whatnot, it can look like a dirty old fence, just, but one of the things, and I don't know much about it, but one of the things that I've seen is the plastic materials don't seem to, like wood, support their own weight. The plastic materials we'll say, good corner boards because they can be fastened to a house. But as far as making a trellis out of them, a couple of years into it, the trellis starts to fall apart because the plastic doesn't have an inherent supporting strength. And part of the magic of fencing is that it supports itself from post to post to post. I don't see how that is not guaranteed, but I don't see how that's accomplished with what little material we've got. I've never tried to do or even have any experience with this. I'm fearful. The other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is that some of the fencing that we see on the street side appears to be failing in a way that suggests that there's material on the back side of it that's leaning against the fence and causing that moisture and rot that we see as we walk down the sidewalk. And if that continues, I don't see how, once again, the plastic has the integrity to support that in itself. So I'm left with, how much damage are we doing to our community or allowing damage? How much of a failure? What's that cost of that failure? Is someone at some point in the future not going to be able to replace that plastic fence with something that's more appropriate? I don't see where we're losing anything particular as long as we have a document of what's there. But I'm not really encouraged on what I've seen here to go that route. So I kind of, at the moment, are in Mr. Wyckoff's camp.
I don't disagree with anything you said.
Yes, Mr.
Well, just to expound on it, and I think what John had mentioned also, if it's pine, it's shiplapped or it's tongue and groove, so it's going to tie together. And I'm not that knowledgeable on AZAC, but I don't know that there's an AZAC product that tongue and grooves together, which would speak to the vertical integrity. It shifts back and forth. And I would just throw this out to you, the homeowner. You had mentioned a budgetary thing regarding the fence on the other side of the house. So given that AZAC is, I think, significantly more expensive than a wood product, have you considered maybe you could do the whole thing at once if you just stayed with wood versus mixing wood and AZAC, because then it also brings up the dissimilar materials, the structural integrity of the dissimilar materials. So I guess that's my question. Had you looked at maybe what would be the total cost if you did it with wood, and then you could maybe possibly do the whole thing at once?
Our thinking is that the total cost of ownership over the long term is much higher, having to maintain the wooden.
Nobody makes it for the long term.
Okay.
Dr. Brown, did you have?
I think Larry answered that, where the expense was, whether it's now or later, or the savings, I guess.
I think that John has raised a good potential product, the lifespan product that we've been seeing used in the historic district, which is wood, but has been nicely treated. I could support AZAC or something where the trim at the bottom, where it meets the ground, and maybe in other places that really have direct contact. But to have the full panels made out of AZAC for all of the reasons that have been mentioned, I can't support. I can support AZAC on the bottom rail.
I'll just, if I chime in for a minute, I would just say that, we take the facades of houses as a special piece, and especially if it's very close to the sidewalk where you can walk by and see it close up. We really prefer to see, in the past, we've always preferred to have natural, traditional wood materials on there rather than composite or modern materials. And I can't see why we would allow the fence, which really is right up on the sidewalk. And this is an incredibly prominent fence. It's like one of the nicest fences in the entire district that we have. And so I would like to see a better attempt to have a wood product used for the fence. Again, would be totally supportive of using AZEK at the base, where it's in contact with the ground. Obviously, that would be a piece that you would have to replace frequently. And but this is, a really historically important fence, and I would hate to see it moved to be plastic. Because again, yes, plastic lasts forever, for better or for worse. And it doesn't, I think Mr. Adams brings up a good point, it doesn't have a really strong inherent strength in itself. And so after a while, we've seen these AZEK boards do bend and stretch and shrink with the weather. Maybe not as much as some of the other materials, but it does have a tendency to do that. Whereas with wood, you know what to expect, and a good carpenter can put it together where it won't move as much as sort of an unknown material.
So I just wanted to agree with you and Margot concerning the base. That base, I could see AZEK, it would have to be sanded down well in order to accept paint. But, because it's not normal that they paint it. There are, in some of the plastic products, they have one product that is specifically paintable, and the other ones, are already have a finish. But it's for the base, I could see AZEK, but I'm looking at 1x12 vertical boards. That's a wide board. It's I just can't support it.
Motion deny or withdrawal or?
Well, someone can make a motion to,
Could we table this and give the applicant an opportunity to do a redo?
if you want to, or somebody can make the motion that the fence can be rebuilt in kind with wood, but using AZEK where it meets the ground, if that is acceptable to the applicant.
What do you say?
Or we didn't, or, you can come and replace your fence and repair it in kind with wood as of right. You don't have to get permission from us to repair it and replace it in wood. It would just be the introduction of the AZEK anywhere on it.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Somebody in the past has repaired this fence with an AZEK, significant amount of AZEK, and it's very hard to tell.
Yeah. I think what you've presented to us is clear that those boards are wood, at least in the section that you brought to us tonight.
Yeah.
You're talking about that section that shows the buildup of the molding sections. I can tell parts of that, the half round, quarter rounds, and the cap is AZEK.
Yeah.
So why don't I make a motion? Did you want to maybe, given the comments you've heard, change your approach to this? Because I can make a motion to approve as presented, but I think I know what's going to happen.
Right, I think I do too. First of all, it's really hard to get a fence company willing to take on this fence. This is not your average, backyard fence or front yard fence. I think I heard from the chair that, and I think I know this, but just to confirm, if we replace the right side using wood and paint it white, the same color, we can do that by right.
Right, as long as it matches exactly what's there.
Right. Okay. So, Martin, I think making a motion doesn't make sense. So, but thank you.
You bet.
We are also able to make a motion to allow AZEC, again, at the base, if you'd like that option.
Yes, I mean, on the long stretch, on the left side,
Yeah.
there's a lot of material that kind of gets blown down in there between, there's some a stone wall that's back there. So it gets trapped down there.
Yeah.
And it's not just the base that is connecting or has the wet material next to it all the time. It's halfway up, maybe 2 or 3 feet up those panels on the left side. So
What are we doing?
you can't even get down there to paint it. So I don't really, I mean, I know this is a hugely important visual object. We know this house is prominent.
Yep.
That's why we wanted to live there. We're trying to do the right thing.
Yep.
But it's a difficult and costly fence to rebuild and to maintain.
I'm going to make a motion that you can, then if it gets approved, you can work with it, and if you want something different, you could come back. So I'm going to make a motion that the applicant can replace the fence using wood product in all places except the trim where it meets the ground, and the trim as it goes up the interior side, referring to the side against the hillside, the organic material, that can be as tall as you need to give the protection that you need. Because it looks to me as if you've got quite a tall, Isaac, could you zoom in? It looks like you have got a tall trim board against the ground, and you could get quite a bit of protection if that's AZEC. And it will not be a prominent feature. Does everybody see what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Can I second that now?
Yeah.
The discussion,
I'll second, does it need to be second?
he got,
Oh, he did?
John
Okay.
seconded.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. So that, hopefully you can work with that, and if you have any other questions or want to bring it back, in a couple of years, you figure out something else you want to do with the left side, just talk to Isaac.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's go back to the other administrative approvals, which if nobody wants to bring anything out, we'll just go through the list.
Okay, so we will jump back to item number 1, which is 2 Congress Street. This project was before us last month. It is for the removal of the electric meters on the North Church and to actually build a panel system that would hide those. They'd be attached on the rear of that. There would be some sort of signage and other just sort of notification information on the front side of the panel. The commission last month had just asked for more information regarding the actual panel, the materials, the sizing, trim work, etc. The applicant has given us a fairly good schematic of how the panel will be built and the materials. So the majority of the sign, the panel itself would be lifespan trim board. It would have, the lifespan molding as well. And it would have AZEC posts as the sort of materials there.
Trim posts around.
Any questions or concerns about this?
I would just say that I've thought about this since the last time it was presented, and I truly feel that there's something neutral that should go there, and not something that you're reading through the fence. I think you're just drawing more attention to this than you want to, or it's just, it's just not a good design to be looking through a fence to read something like that. And it's even closer than I think it was depicted before. I don't think this is a good design. I would like to see them go back to something, and this is permanent, correct? This is not just a construction sign, temporary. This is something that's going to be there permanently. I just don't think it's a good design looking through an iron fence to read text or graphics. So to me, I'd like to see them reconsider this approach.
Okay. John?
I just don't think that that's in our purview.
The
I don't
visual
see it.
characteristics of this?
I don't see it. I really don't. The character of the sign is perfectly acceptable. You don't think it's good because you have to look through an iron fence to see it. I just don't see it. I don't see your explanation at all. I'm sorry.
Anybody else?
Their church.
I'm not sure if anyone has
Yeah.
questions for the applicant that might be able to clarify the concept a little bit further, or
Who's here?
sure.
Do you want
I think we should pull it out, because I'm going to vote against it. It's not a good design. And it is in our purview. Nothing is more in our purview than the visual characteristics of a feature of Market Square, our pinnacle of our historic district.
does the applicant want to come up
Let's
and?
pull it out.
Yes, fine, pull it out. And talk about the placement and,
Good evening, Clay Hales from San Mandelli Architects representing North Church. We are open to eliminating the signage element if that's your chief concern. I mean, we are relocating the Black Heritage Trail plaque, and they've approved that and its new location. But as far as the signage on the center panel, we'd be open to eliminating that. We introduced the signage concept as a means to try and give some justification for why this is here, which it needs to be there because of the electrical service. We basically don't have a lot of options for where it can go and how big it can be. So we're trying to make it contribute to the built environment in a positive way. If the sign behind the fence is a concern, I think the church would be fine with eliminating the sign component of it and just have essentially a paneled piece with the plaque in the middle where it's shown, and move forward with that.
anybody else?
Madam Chairman? May I interview?
Please.
Yes. I can't tell from your scale, but it looks like that the sign is being placed, the face of the sign, panel, whatever you want to call it. It looks like it's about 3 inches from the iron fence. Like that?
Yeah, it's at least 2. It's ultimately going to be down to where the electrical subcontractor needs to locate it in the field.
Is there anything sacred about the front face of that thing being on the other side of the iron fence?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
Could we put 3-inch blocking on the face of the sign as it's proposed and put a new face on the other side of on the street side of the iron fence?
so that
So that
it
we weren't
sandwiches.
looking through the bars to the thing.
You're talking about, so it would like sandwich the fence.
So the iron bars are going to live for the rest of their lives inside of this sandwich.
I suppose if that were something you,
I think it's foolishness, but I have to agree with Mr. Ryan that there is something awkward about looking through at that close distance. I mean, it's not like it's in the backyard and you're looking through the fence. It's right almost there. and you are proposing, it's not like the back of a piece of CDX plywood that's holding up the electrical components. You're putting some dressing on it and actually putting verbiage signage on it. So could we move a false face in front?
Physically, yes. I would hesitate to support that, if only because I would be concerned about the long-term maintenance of this element that needs to be now built around a fence in situ and wrap around it. I would be very concerned about that as a long-term strategy.
Somehow you think your sign is going to last longer than the iron fence?
No, more that because the sign is going to have to straddle the fence and intersect with it, it's going to provide a lot more opportunity for water and snow penetration, and I'm concerned about the maintenance of that long term. I think I would rather not have the signage element and keep it behind the fence. Also, the fence is a historic element, so in my opinion, it would be better to leave that visible. And
I'm trying to keep sense of peace here.
I understand. As am I.
This wasn't my first proposal either.
Yes, Mr.
All right, thank you, sir.
If we could put the plaque on the face of the iron fence and have that as a background, I think that'd be very acceptable. I think if you drew this with the line weights of the fence solid, you would see the problem, especially if you had the text of the plaque up there. If you put the plaque on the face of the iron fence, which is just as important, which is historical, I think you'd have a much better design.
If the commission is open to having the plaque mounted to the fence, we'd be perfectly happy to support that and just have the pedestal itself be a blank board behind it.
Yes.
Do you have an idea how much space you would need or what size of panel it would be just to handle the electric?
Could you pan over to the bottom right corner?
Yep.
So that drawing there is showing the back side. That whole thing is filled with electrical equipment. It needs to be this big. This is as
To be
small
that
as we
big.
can make it.
No matter what.
And we have been able to reduce it a little from the last presentation. We resolved some questions on metering and got the electrical equipment a little bit tighter, but this is as small as we can get.
Thank you.
When will you know from the electrical contractor just how close that needs to be or how far away it can be?
I don't have a specific date on that.
The reason I'm asking is because I'm wondering how far back, Martin, you feel this needs to be in order for your issue to be resolved. Because if it's 2 inches, there might be a solution, poof, right there. But if it has to be 5 or 6 inches, I doubt the architect has drawn it where he has if there were 5 or 6 inches left to play with.
You put the plaque on the front of the iron fence, and I'm good.
That would be fine with us.
I have concerns about that.
Why?
Because it's a historic fence, it's a historic iron fence, it's very old. And you'd have to figure out the proper way to attach that without damaging the historic fence in the long run.
It's very simple. Little brackets can be made that go on the back of the iron fence and screw into this sign. You don't have to actually damage or scratch even the iron fence. I'm agreeing that with David that this is a good idea. Now the big question is, what color is this big giant piece of plywood?
Is
What is
color
it?
in your purview?
Yeah, I know it's not in our purview, but what are we doing
Yeah.
with this thing?
It's up to them to design, really. I'd just like to point out, too, that this, we talk about this lasting forever. This sign isn't going to last forever. It's going to last until they need to change out the electrical components. And, when something needs to be changed around, this is, it's not temporary in that it's only going to be there less than a year, but it's, reversible. You take it out, you take out the electrical components, and you move them to someplace else.
People don't
Deal
do
with
that.
that.
They don't do that. This is a big deal.
They're doing it right now.
Yeah, but this is a big deal, moving these electrical components.
Talking about temporary, this could get installed, and the members of the North Church might look at it and say, Martin Ryan was right. And they can take the plaques off, and they can paint it white, and they can come up with a different solution.
All right, we have to figure out how to move forward with this. If everybody is happy with the Black Heritage Trail plaque being mounted to the iron fence with brackets or some ways that it doesn't, permanently damage the fence, we can move forward with that, and then they really have the ability to do whatever they want to with, in terms of painting the board, designing it. I don't have a problem if they want to say North Church, whatever they want to, that's fine. Again, it's not, in my opinion, because it's something that they can change and modify if they want to, or just put nothing, paint over. So,
They could put posters on it.
yes, yes.
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to approve as presented.
With the stipulation?
No stipulations.
Not
As-
putting it on the fence.
No. As the applicant is presented.
I would hope you'd withdraw that motion.
No. I think that Reagan has a good point, that this is something that's not damaging or permanent to the building itself, which is our primary concern. If it turns out that it doesn't look good, they can fix it. And if that means taking off the plaques and putting a beautiful rendering of the inside of the church so it doesn't have wording on it, they can do that. This is not something that can't be fixed.
I don't think we ever made a motion to draw this out, did we? To pull this out? This is part of the AAs here.
We just said that we were going to pull this out. I don't know that we
But
need.
don't we have to vote on that?
Sure. Can I get a motion to pull this out to vote on it separately?
So moved.
And seconded?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Okay.
I can't support it.
All right. I suppose we need to do a roll call. If there's a second,
Okay? Let's
somebody
have a
needs to
roll.
second her motion.
Let's get it over with.
All right. So,
Fine.
Ms. Riley,
I'll withdraw it.
all right, would somebody
I'd like to make a
different
motion for the applicant to continue as presented, with the exception of moving the sign to the face of the fence.
Which sign?
Pardon?
Which sign?
The
Black Heritage Trail? Okay.
yes.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Fine. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You are voting.
Yeah, aye.
Okay. Any opposed?
Yes, opposed.
Chair votes aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, from there, we will continue down our list with number 3. This is at 11 Meeting House Hill Road, project fairly familiar to the commission. So the applicant here is seeking approval for the installation of solar panels on the garage and on the rear roof of the main home structure. The initial display given by 603 Solar had this layout, which had panels coming all the way to the edge of the garage roof. Given some of the concerns with visibility, the homeowner had actually come back with a just slightly revised design that actually does eliminate a few of the panels on the top.
Which building?
And this is the new revised design. So they've eliminated a couple of panels right towards the edge, and that will help with visibility.
Yes.
The reason why this is before us is because initially the garage panels did have some visibility from the sidewalk. The rear panels on the, the panels on the rear roof of the main structure are nearly invisible to see. So this is a revised layout that they would hope to get approved tonight.
Any questions, issues? No? Great, all right, let's move
I
on.
I appreciate the sensitivity to.
Yeah, it's a good
all
revision.
of you.
Yep, me too.
And this is our first solar panel administrative approval application. Okay, great. Moving on is item number 4.
Appreciate it.
Item number 4 is 21 South Street, and this is particularly Unit 4. The applicant here is seeking approval to install an electric vehicle charger. And let's see here. So it would be installed sort of right here. So the car itself would pretty much kind of hide most of the visibility of that. It would be tucked right up and installed on the side of the structure. And then here's a rough estimate about how tall that would be. And then also it would need to be carried down the side of the property where it would go into the home.
The only stipulation I have is that it will be painted yellow.
We can, yes, yep, we can definitely stipulate that it
Says-
will be painted yellow. Yep, so, easy enough. Any other concerns or questions regarding this particular application? Okay, great.
Isaac,
Yes.
is it too late to go back on 4 and request that any conduit that comes down from the solar panels be painted the color of
Are
the
you
house?
Number 3?
Yes.
I meant
Yep.
the meeting house.
We've not voted on this
Yeah, we
yet,
haven't
so
voted.
if that's something that we think would be helpful, I'm happy to
We
add
sort of
that in.
skipped over it and,
Yep.
Make sure if any conduit is visible.
yes. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay, and then, so for 21 South Street, again, that the conduit would be, again, just painted yellow to match.
Very nice yellow.
Great. That brings us to item number 5, which is 121 Mechanic Street.
For clarification, please, on number 4, you didn't mean actually the charger itself, just the conduit. yeah?
Just the conduit. will be
Exactly,
painted,
yes.
yeah.
All right, so 121 Mechanic Street, so they, this is an existing sign. This was flagged as being a sign that does not meet our zoning ordinance, so it did have to go to the Board of Adjustment for the size. That's why we're seeing it here this evening. Otherwise, typically signs, if they meet our zoning ordinance, don't always come to us. As I said, this is it. It is existing. It is a rooftop sign.
Is,
I can't think of a more appropriate form of signage for a bait shack.
Well,
is this painted?
it's just, appears to be just, painted white material.
It's not roofing shingles?
No, it's pink.
No.
They've been good too.
And it's part of the working waterfront. so, Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's fine.
Okay, all right, great.
Isaac, has
Yes.
that been moved from another location?
That little
Number
structure.
5. The 121 Mechanic Street.
No?
It's always been there. It was very active 10 years ago.
No, that's
As-
not what I mean.
Oh.
It's not in my package here on my iPad.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's on mine.
Page 26?
26? It's just a one page. You might have zoomed right by it by accident.
I could have zoomed right by it by accident.
Zoom.
This 6. Okay, well, that's all right. I can see it. I know what it is.
Yeah.
I just don't know where it went.
Isn't that interesting? Let's go.
All right, well, if there are no other questions, I will keep moving forward. Item number 6 is 48 South Street. This project was before us a year and a half ago. The applicant was originally seeking approval for window replacements and siding replacement. The windows, I do not believe, have been done yet. What started out was the siding portion. The contractor had started work, and then the homeowner had actually come home one day and realized that quite a large portion of the home was being resided incorrectly from what was originally approved. There were some issues going on with the contractor, and so the homeowner has enlisted the help of Jen Ramsey to kind of take over and represent the project. So I think from here I will give it to Jen, who can maybe help with some of the backstory and get us back on track.
Good evening, Jen Ramsey with Soma Studios. Isaac is correct. The project started 2 years ago. It was approved to be resided, and the way the meeting minutes went, it was in kind, which was with a receding to weather as it got toward the ground on the two sides, the left and the front. The contractor started. He did an equal to weather on the left-hand side. He started stripping the front, and there was a cease work order on the property as a result. So it's sat as it is for now because the contractor has passed away. And we've been trying to figure out how to handle this, and there was a number of, things swirling around that. So what we propose to do is to come up with a solution that would allow the left-hand side to stay as it is, and she's going to put some additional money into the right and replace all the windows. So we've provided several examples of homes where the left and the right sides are equal to weather and the front has the diminishing clapboard exposure. That would mean the front could continue because they're just in the state of, tearing down the existing siding. She would expend the funds to do the right side as well, so it matches the way the left has been done, and then windows and trim to match existing, the same windows as before. Yep. So we were trying to come up with a happy medium where she could continue forward, didn't have to strip the side, and do we have a precedent for this? We've also included several photographs in the application showing this home over the years where it appears the right side did have an equal to weather. The back was a different home that was fully shingled at one point and has gone through a major expansion. So there's obviously been work done at this house, decades prior, different iterations. And then the application, as part of this and part of those existing photos, she'd like to reinstall the gable covered entry on the driveway side, which is the right, and add a similar covered entry to her back door. So all in just kind of general upkeep and improvements and completing what was started last summer.
Well, thank you for all that background information.
Sure.
It's always helpful to see earlier photos to see how things have changed so much. Any issues or questions?
I thought the problem was not so much diminishing size, because you showed some good examples of equal sides and then just diminishing on the front. But I thought the problem was the actual spacing, the actual reveal of this new shingling, which is quite larger than most houses around it, as well as most historical houses.
Oh, I can't speak to that. I'm not sure. The way that the project was presented to me from when the homeowner got the cease and desist order was that she was supposed to be doing the exact to weather on the two sides, which was a diminished to weather. So I believe it's a standard. He was doing just a standard 4-inch to weather without probably not even thinking when he started the project. That being said, and I think Mr. Adams has said this during the first attempt at this approval, this house has had I think you said spirited to weathers over time. So really what is historic, we don't know. So. But I guess to answer your question, we would make the right side match the left as it is today and then do the diminish. So we have those two sides are bookended in the spirit of what we've shown in pictures, basically.
Do you have an idea what size the reveal would be on the front?
It's going to match what is there, which we have those existing photos, and it was never great on the top, like in terms of a 4 or 5. It was probably 3.5 or something, and then it diminished down to probably closer to somewhere in the 2s at the bottom. So the plan is to match what was there. There are photographs of that. If we do have a new builder who's going to take over this work, and obviously will not miss that point.
So you
this
would
time.
almost have a 4-inch reveal on the sides, and then the front is 3.
It would be
or less.
exactly. It'd be
Not
lesser.
counting going down.
Right.
But 90% of it is 3. So you're going
Exactly.
from 4 to 3.
And then the corner boards would break the condition, so you wouldn't see things dying into each other.
Yes, Mr. Bruce?
I think if you look at her one photo she submitted, particularly the one from Strawberry Bank, and let me just say it this way, if they do something, they put a lot of research into it. So if you kind of use that as the gold standard, I don't have a problem with what you're suggesting. I think it's a practical, cost-efficient solution for the homeowner, and there's your historical reference right there. So.
Yeah, thank you. That's what we're hoping.
Any other questions or issues? Okay. All right, thank you. Let's move on.
All right. All right, so item number 7 is 375 Middle Street. For this particular application, they are proposing to install an HVAC condenser on the side of the property. It will be slightly visible if you were kind of slowly meandering your way down the road. So it is just here tonight for our blessing. They're not proposing to run any vertical conduit lines. All conduit lines will be run directly into the structure itself. And if we would like to just stipulate, a screening option to just make sure that, we're not going to see that, we can do that. Or if you think it's out of view enough, then.
I think standard is to ask for screening. So unless anybody is opposed to that, I think we can ask.
Yep. Okay. Great. And last but not least, for administrative approval items, is the property at 40 to 42 Market Street. The applicant here is the owner of the building and also of putting on the Glitz store. The current front door to the store itself, they're experiencing some rot damage. It's obviously, fairly old, has seen better days. It is a kind of a skinny 2-panel door, as shown here as well. The applicant would like to actually go down to a single panel door. They don't wish to reiterate the 2-panel, so they've shown a few different options from other local businesses. And then they have also shown a couple of before and afters of some proposals that they would like. What they're asking the commission is if they see one of the 2 after doors that might be more appropriate than another, or for any, additional guidance, moving forward. So they have these couple options, either kind of, they've got a 12 light, or kind of just a basic single pane glass window.
Yes.
How are we going to handle the straw vote kind of thing?
Well, this is going to be a little bit difficult because I think that we're going to want to see trim details of how any new door is going to be installed in this opening, and more than just kind of an idea of what it's going to look like. So they will have to come back.
Yes, I think the idea was they were hoping to maybe get more guidance and feedback on what would be appropriate, and then they can source out, a specific spec for us to then maybe look at next month. So, yes, I'm not sure if anyone kind of.
Just a quick question. 2 things come to mind. One of the applicant, and I think we all understand, I believe we do, but the applicant's looking for a non-degradable or whatever jam material, which I don't know what that even is. And the other thing is if they put let's just say that they somehow can put a 3-foot door in a 4.5-foot opening. Yeah, let's say they try that. Will the city allow them to have a 3-foot door open onto the sidewalk? I mean, one of the reasons that they were, I think, permitted to put the door to just re-swing their doors, Coconut Grove, was because they were small. And this next door admittedly will not be. I'm at a loss. I think they need to bring in a design professional on this.
And my concerns are too, I mean, they give all the examples of the recessed doorways, and that leaves room for you to open these doors without going onto the
Going on the
sidewalk.
street, yeah.
And they've got a different situation here. So I also think that it might be a question for the inspection department and figure out what they're going to allow in terms of
Sure.
doorways in these particular
That's,
locations.
that is a good point.
Yes,
Just maybe
well,
postpone this, pull this one and postpone it.
Sure, well, Mr. Ryan, what do you have to say?
Clean them up, paint them, they're beautiful, they're unusual. You don't want to lose those doors. I could not see those doors going away.
I can understand from an accessibility point of view, having difficulty using a double door at a storefront because
There's still a step there.
not in terms of wheelchair, just, having to squeeze yourself in a narrower door opening rather than opening the two. I mean, I agree that these are historic doors and I would hate to see them go, but I can understand the want to have a larger, more easily accessible opening. But I don't know that we can really make a decision or give direction on this right now. I think they have to do a little bit more research.
Okay.
Unless anybody has any other,
Reagan?
yes.
I would have to agree with Martin on this. And I know that these doors can be pulled up, with turnbuckles on the inside. And essentially, if they're working well enough so that the fixed door works, in other words, it's able to have a slide bolt so that it can open up, then they're accessible. They don't have that problem of not being handicapped accessible. But if these are original doors,
Well, they said they were possibly 1920s doors, so probably not original, but early. They're historic still. Okay, so, yes, Mr. Roos.
I was looking at the pictures on page 39. It looks like the flower kiosk does not have a setback on the door, and it looks like it swings inward, maybe? I don't know. I'm just looking at that. The sheet that has the red, I think it's on page 39 of the thing, has a red car at the lower right-hand corner.
Right. It's a little bit recessed, but either way, yeah, they're gonna have to figure
Yeah.
out what they're
So
gonna
if the
be
door
allowed
would
to
open
do.
inward, that would take care of the sidewalk issue of it. I know what you're saying about preserving the doors too, so
it
I'm
was
just,
only restaurants.
Okay. All right.
So
Okay, so is that,
a motion to pull this one and vote separately?
yes, I
And
think
then-
we'll have to
Yeah.
postpone that one or just table it. I don't know what the proper,
Vote. Continue.
continue it. Okay, so can I get a motion to continue number 8?
So moved.
Second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay.
I will just quickly kind of run down the admin approvals that have not been voted on independently. So that would be, let's see, starting with item number 1, which was 2 Congress Street. We
voted to that one.
Oh,
So
separately,
starting with
sorry.
Number
Okay.
3.
All right, yes. Oh, right, okay. My bad. A few too many pulled out. Item number 3, 11 Meeting House Hill Road. We have approved with a stipulation that any conduit lines be painted to match the siding of the house. Item number 4, 21 South Street, Unit 4. We had a stipulation, again, that the conduit line from the EV charger matches the siding of the house. Item 5, 121 Mechanic Street, approved as presented. Item 6, 48 South Street, again, that was approved as presented. Item 7, 375 Middle Street, let's see, we had a stipulation that they have a wood screening option, and I can work with them to get one of those chosen. And then lastly, and that was it.
That was continued, okay. Can I get a motion to approve those with the stipulations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, chair votes aye. All right, thank you. All the administrative approvals are done. All right, so moving on to the meat of our meeting, I want to just vote on one request to postpone, which is work session old business A. It's a request to postpone to the June 4th meeting. It is work session requested by PNF Trust of 2013, owner for the property located at 266, 278 State Street and 84 Pleasant Street. So,
Can I make a motion to postpone?
and a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. All right, so we will see that one next month. All right, so our first public hearing, old business A, is the petition of Paul R. Delisle Revocable Trust and Rosa Z. Delisle Revocable Trust, owners for property located at 408 The Hill, unit number 6-17, wherein permission is requested to allow exterior renovations to an existing structure to include replacement windows as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 118 as Lot 26-5 and lies within the Character District 4L1, CD4L1, Downtown Overlay and Historic Districts. Who is here to present this one? Anyone? The applicant's not here?
Let me see.
Like us.
Anybody online?
I don't see the owner listed. I'm not seeing anyone.
I could make a motion to move it to the end of the agenda.
Okay,
I'll second that.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Okay, so hopefully they'll show up later and we can get to that one. All right. Public hearing B is the petition of Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, Inc., owner for property located at 222 Court Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the installation of a mural affixed to the side of the structure on removable panels as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 116 as Lot 33 and lies within the Character District 4L1 and Historic Districts.
And
Welcome.
hi, I'm Barbara Ward. I work at the Black Heritage Trail, and I'm also a Portsmouth resident. I live at 16 Nixon Park. There are 3 others who are online
Okay.
to answer questions. I did bring a sample of the material.
Okay, you can just, there's the end, we'll pass it around.
Pass that down,
Okay. Thank you. Can you,
drawing that Manny did on the building.
I did not get that sent to me. No, so if you have hard copies, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I only have 2.
That's okay. We can pass those.
we can pass them around and,
Yep. And then if you don't mind just
will
giving
keep
me one for the file copy,
Yeah.
that'd be great. But yeah, we can pass those down. That's great.
Okay.
Yep, that's better than my rendering.
It's a rough idea. He didn't really slant it at the bottom. But
That's, it's fine. Thank you.
You can see some brick.
Yes.
Yes, you will still see quite a bit of brick. People will see the brick.
Looks like Holly.
So, our proposal, I think, is pretty straightforward. Our mural image, as you know, was approved by the park committee, or park, I guess, includes committee, right? And it was also approved for a larger space on the wall, actually, in the variance. And we are going to be putting it, recessing it from the sides and going up slightly into the eave. We have to start at about 32 inches off the ground in order to make sure that we are making room for the bumper of the neighbor's truck. But there is a large stone I think you can see it in that picture. Can you see the large stone? Right, that really should keep your wheel from coming too close to the building. But we did say what we do is we go up 32 inches so that we could allow for that. We chose this material. It's been used. If there's some of you may know Dover well enough to know, there's a large mural on the side of the public pool, indoor pool, next to the Children's Museum. I do have a picture of it. If it's possible for me to, is it possible for me to show it to you on here? Or?
Unless
Probably
you can,
not. I
unless
can
it's a hard
pass it
copy to
around.
pass
I can
around.
pass it around.
Sure.
It's worked very well for them there, and it's been up now for, I think, Mike Leary from Sundance Signs, who's on Zoom, could comment more on that. But it has been up there for a long time, and it's worn very, very well. The advantage to it is that it's much lighter weight than what we first thought would work. And it was in conversation with the next door neighbor, actually, who's, by the way, very excited about this. It was in conversation with him that I realized, oh my gosh, these are the things that somebody told me once were heavy. And then we started talking about it and realized it was too heavy, but that this material would be much more appropriate. The way it's lined up in that, for some reason, my printer was giving me a lot of trouble and it didn't print out the first page, which has somehow disappeared from my computer now, of the specs from the layout that Mike sent. Do you have that on there, the layout?
Yep.
Sideways.
Barbara, you'll have to take, if you're going to talk, if you're going to talk, you have to take the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
You knew that.
You can see that right now what we're trying to figure out is whether or not, we're going up 7 feet, 5 more feet, so it would be 17 feet. And we're doing 15 feet at the bottom. We do have to do some field measurements just to make sure, so that's all going to be figured out. It may be that we're only able to go 16, in which case we'll have to take the 12-foot panel and cut it down a little bit and rotate it. But we're hoping that's going to work. Apparently, the dimensions that we have on the drawings of the building were not done. They actually didn't field measure it. And when I went out and measured, I realized it wasn't right. And it was actually Tracy Kozak that did. I talked to Tracy and she said, oh, we didn't field measure that, we extrapolated. So we realized it's only 17 feet wide, even though the drawings had said 18 feet wide. So Manny is coming tomorrow actually to field measure it and make sure. And then we'll adapt the image if it comes down. But Mike has said that from Sundance Signs, these are the dimensions the panels come in. Yeah. So Mike, are you there? Can he talk?
Let's see.
That's okay.
And he can explain to you how it's being fastened onto the building.
All right.
And then we also have John Wastrom, who's our preservation mason, working on the project. John has met with Mike and feels confident that this is a much better solution. So John is on here too to comment. And then the artist, Manny Ramirez, is on the call as well. So.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Mike Leary with Sundance Signs. Yeah, those are panels are the maximum size, so we can we can cut down from there. So we went to the maximum 5 by 12, trying to reduce the number of seams needed.
Sure. Okay. Great. Any questions? Yes, John? Yes?
I think it's too big. I'm looking at the side of the building with this on it. It's, why does it have to be this big? If it weren't so big, you could have a sign that explains what it's doing on your building.
We're going to have a sign on the front. We're having a sign on the front of the building, and the reason.
That stationary microphone is fine, too. That
Oh,
little
is that
one.
okay?
Yeah.
All right. The sign for, as you know, this is somebody's driveway, right? This is facing someone's driveway. So we didn't want people to be walking onto their driveway to look at the information about it. So when we got the variance for a sign on the front of the building.
Yeah.
And that's, and you know, the size is, it has to have impact. And ultimately, the figure is not going to be any larger than Ruth Blay is down the street. So I think also the fact that the neighbors are very excited about it, to the point where the neighbors said, we are happy to redirect our lights that we have on the driveway. We're happy to redirect them so that they shine onto the mural, and so that if anybody were to walk in front of it, that they get brighter. But he said they're on 24 hours a day, and yeah, I mean, sure, when it gets light out, they go off because of the, you know, the light sensors. But he said when people walk in front of them, they'll get even brighter, and they are he's very excited about it and delighted. So, it does seem, but when you compare to Ruth Blay, it really is not going to be any larger.
That's just my opinion.
Just as a comment.
Yes, Mr. Adams?
I like John have an issue with the fact that it's so tall that it enters into the triangular portion of the roof of the building, and that's a tough one for me. The other thing, if Mr. Wostrom is available, I'd like to ask him what he thinks about the appropriateness of these steel fasteners. I go around town frequently, and I see the history of all of our steel fasteners that we've been pounding into buildings, and I'd like to not be part of that. The rust coming down and the damage that takes place. I know that this is coated with something, but I don't know at all about its durability. I also know that it's not removable.
I do see that there's a note in there that they will be installed in the mortar joints, not in the brick.
But they're still going to rust, and they're still going to expand.
So if Mr. Wostrom can.
But I'd like to hear from Mr.
talk.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think that these are basically standard masonry anchors, what they kind of a variation of what they call the Tapcon, and they are going to be installed in the mortar joint. I think that they're an acceptable use for these kind of anchors. I think they do make a type of this masonry anchor that can be taken out. That rather than a hammer-in anchor, you can use a bolt or a nut that backs it out. And they do come in stainless steel.
Is that something that you could recommend to this project?
I think it might take a little bit more investigation as to the exact one, but yeah, I think that you could find an acceptable anchor.
Thank you.
And the idea is that there'll be a bracket at the top, and it's going to hang off, and that fasteners could be used that were not as you know, that were more slimmer in profile to go in to tack the rest of it in, because it's essentially, most of the weight is being held by the top section.
Anybody else? Yes.
I agree that the top corners hitting the slant of the roof, I think it just needs to be pulled down a little bit. Maybe the rendering is a little bit inaccurate and it isn't intended to go up that high, but I think not having some space and really crowding that gable it just has an aesthetic look that's like it's a little out of place. So I would either drop it down or size it down a little bit so that it doesn't crowd.
And Manny is coming tomorrow to make sure that we've got all those dimensions right. And then we can work with Mike. We do want to have, I think though, we do want to try to keep, Mike, can you say what other sizes do the panels come in?
All kinds of sizes.
They come in smaller sizes, but these can be cut down. I would probably keep the 5x12s on the upper portion and cut the lower ones down if we had to shorten the length.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's fine. Yes.
I have to agree that the scale is off, that it needs to be 75% or 80% of what it is. I wouldn't crop the image, but I would reduce the scale in proportion so that it does come down to the top is even with the eave line. I think it'll look a whole lot better. It's an important element. It'll be there in perpetuity. I can't see this ever going away. So you want to get it right, and I think it just needs to be reduced just slightly.
And I just want to give Manny a chance to comment. Manny? He's the artist. Manny, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, everybody.
Hi, we can hear you.
In terms of the size being large, I think the idea is that you want to have this being visible from all areas where it can be seen. Otherwise, I feel like you could also even fit it in indoors if it was smaller than that. So, and to give the main character, the main reason for the mural, the viewership that it deserves. So otherwise, we'd have to fill the rest of the space with other imagery in order to be able to make it cohesive, and then it'll be less based on the subject that is meant to be given credence to.
I mean, from our point of view, we really want it to be impactful. We are at a critical point in our history right now, and we're seeing a lot of history erased all the time. And part of the thing that this mural does is, like one of the members of the zoning board said, it's a work of art. It's a art exhibition that's here, that's historical, that tells a story of national importance about Ona Maria Judge Staines. And it is really, I think it certainly deserves the same size that Ruth Blay has. This is a woman who's, as I say, nationally important and became extremely important in her own day when she, in her old age, was interviewed by the Liberator and by the Granite State Freeman, where she told her story of leaving the Washington's home and getting on a ship to Portsmouth and being, I mean, for those of you who, none of you, I guess, were at the dedication of the marker honoring her in Greenland, which is where she went after she was in Portsmouth. The one thing that people were saying is, this is a woman of great courage who, throughout her life, was still running from being enslaved, but that the people of Portsmouth and of Greenland were not about to give her up to anybody. And I think that's it's a really important national story, and it's important to the trail that it be an impactful thing. I don't see any reason why it can't come down. You know, as you say, you know, if we have to come lower, we've talked about that a little bit, and but we want this to be an impactful statement, and we actually got a variance for a much larger that would have gone all the way, filled the entire side of the building for the sign.
And I'd just like to point out too, I think there's a little bit of a change in perspective almost here when you have it on a material that's being placed on the building rather than being painted directly on the building. A mural being painted directly on the building would be expected to fill the entire side of the building. And I think this is the idea, that this is a mural, but it has to be on something else so that it doesn't damage the building, which I very much appreciate. I think it still needs to be as big as a mural would be. Otherwise, like the artist was saying, it's just a framed portrait that's outside, and it would look weird if it were small, because you'd say that's a really large portrait rather than a mural. So I just wanted to voice that, and that it's just, I think we have to look at this as a piece of art, as a mural, rather than like a framed portrait. Yes, Mr. Booth.
I'm going to agree with Commissioners Wyckoff and Adams. I think it's ginormous. And I did a little bit of research of similar murals of I own a judge at other points in the country, and now you're going to ask me where, and I'm going to say I don't know where they are, but I have the pictures of them. And when you measure them out in a brick, the one mural is 7 bricks across, 14 courses vertical.
I know people who've seen it, and they've said it looks dinky.
Well, let me finish.
I'm sorry. I mean, who's seen it?
And the other one is 6 by 14. I think it's too big. I don't have an objection with what you're doing. I think it's fine. But I just think it's too big in proportion to the building. The other thing I would say, and this is more of a question for the artist, I also did a little bit of research on, were there any portraits of her?
No, there are not. There's a physical description of her.
Yeah,
and this is based
some
on a
renderings,
physical.
but it was not an official portrait.
Not, she never had her picture taken.
Right.
We have only the ad that was placed asking for her to return to tell us that she, to tell us what she looked like.
The renderings, and again, there was not a date on the rendering, but I know it was not an official portrait. But the rendering, which was done, I don't know when, but quite some time ago, like 100 years ago at least, was significantly different than this. So I guess my question is one for the artist. How historically accurate does the artist feel that this rendition is, as opposed to, did the artist do any research for this rendition?
We did a lot of research for this rendition together, right, Manny? It was a joint effort.
Yeah, so we went through a quite lot of research, including the writings that's been done and the publications that's been done on the judge. And I think if you wanted to go by renditions that's been done in the past, we as artists, we can't always know like what their intent was, so or what how like accurate they would want it to be, other than their personal opinion, or they also did the research as well. I know that we did our research as far as what was written about her and what she should look like. That she was a fair skin, more lighter than a darker tone. That she had freckles in her face, and she had fair brown curly hair. And so those are most of the, as far as the characteristics of what she looked like and how she dressed. There was also some of the information based on that as well. So we went by those parameters. And I think if I were to look back at renditions that were done, of her, they probably either did the same thing that I was doing, or they decided that they wanted to take a creative intention and kind of make their own opinion of what she might have looked like, based loosely on what they've heard. So, and then especially the one that was, you mentioned, that was 100 years old. I don't know how much access they had to the information that we have today, and I don't know, like, I couldn't really go by another artist's rendition to say whether their rendition was more accurate or less accurate than what we think it is. So.
If
We
I
also-
could just add something here, because where I was headed with this, and you touched on it, so thank you. But I did a little bit of research on her because I wanted to know more. And what I found was, yes, her mother had been an African-American slave. Her father was a white man, a tailor, who was also an indentured servant. So that was what I was able to find out about her, and that's why I was curious. I think you got the mode of dress correct, but that's where I was curious how much research you had done.
Yeah,
I
and
don't want to, I'm sorry.
what are
I'm
we
gonna-
doing?
The Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire, I assure you, does a lot of
Okay.
research
Right, no, it's just-
on Ona Judge. One thing that she also, her mother was we don't know, but probably a rape victim, and she was herself mixed race.
All right,
So Ona was quite light-skinned but had
Sorry.
freckles.
I'm sorry. All right. We're not going to
Yeah.
question the research and the amount of facts that we know about this. This is a piece of art. They are a highly reputable group who's done a lot of research, and I think that our job here is not to judge what this looks like. This is, we've done lots of approvals of artwork, and we are not artists, we are not art critics. This is just the appropriateness of what they're trying to do, what they're asking to do.
And the park committee was very enthusiastic about it.
Absolutely.
And it does need a couple tweaks in the costume. Estrita Schaefer is a good friend, and she's told me a couple little things that have to be tweaked. When it's
That's fine. That's not our purview. We're not going to have any judgment on that.
Could we make a motion?
Hold on. Yes.
I was going to make a motion that we approve this
Well, we have to-
project. Sorry.
We have
yes.
to put it to public
To the
hearing.
public, okay.
Yes.
I'm just going to say that I'm going to support this if we can bring the top down just 3 or 4 courses so that it is not touching the corner boards. That's it.
All right. If there are no more questions, I'm going to open it up to the public to see if there's anyone in the public to speak to, for, or against this project. Anyone? No one?
Good evening. My name is Verity Boyer. I am the representative of the Portsmouth Advocates here tonight. The Portsmouth Advocates are the preservation arm of the Historical Society, and we just want to voice our full support for this mural. We think it's very important. We are just hoping that the attachment will go through the mortar joints instead of the brick, but thank you very much. Yes. Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to, for, or against this project? Anyone online?
Not for this one. No.
Great. All right, then I will close the public hearing and wait for a motion on this.
Before you make a motion, I hope you're not going to make a motion to approve as presented. And there's
I'm
no
sorry,
one.
we have to make in the rules here, we have to make a motion before we have any discussion.
Okay.
So let's make a motion first, and then we can have a discussion about it.
So I'll make a motion to approve with the stipulation that the top of the mural be reduced 3 or 4 courses from the corner boards of the roof eave line
Okay, is there a second?
for discussion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I think some of the suggestions we've made are in the best interest of the mural. I do believe it is larger than it needs to be. It has impact, even at 50%, it would have impact. It's a beautiful mural. I just feel that proportionally it needs to fit within that brick space a little better than it currently shows. And so that's what I'm trying to get at, that it needs to, there's a shape of the wall, and then there's the mural, and they should work together with each other, not work against each other. So that's what I'm hoping this will be accomplished.
Would there be support for a general approval with them bringing back what the actual proportions would be, a better rendering of
Certainly.
proportion? Okay, that's just a question. Yes, Mr. Wyckoff.
Yes, well, the one thing that Martin said previous is 80%. I think that what they could do is bring back some renderings on the building at 90%, reduce the image 80%, and let us see what it looks like on the building, because it is entirely swamps the side of that historic brick building. So that's what I think.
Yes.
I have to agree that reducing it 75, excuse me, or 80% is not going to affect its visibility, the importance of this mural. It just fits a lot nicer than shoving it in tight into those corners.
Okay.
And I'm going to jump on that same bandwagon and just say, I'm sitting here looking at the front of the building, and I'm just looking at this and I'm saying, well, if the bottom of the mural is on or about the height of the windowsill and the top of the mural is on or about the middle of the second floor window, then it doesn't swamp the building. And I think it still has the impact that you're searching for. It is a beautiful picture. The artist did a great job on that. I just think it has to fit the building, and that's where I'm going to hang my hat, I guess. So.
Madam Chairman, I would like to show a moment of humility and say I don't feel like I'm competent or qualified to determine how large the is, or in that sense even corner the artist into a proportional size. If this isn't something that they already own and are going to paste to the building, then the artist has an opportunity to adjust his work to fit. But I think, to put it in the simplest possible terms, that the artist and the applicant should work together to find a way to make this live on the squarish portion of the building. I'm sure that they're much more capable of making those decisions than I am here, not having any sense of art at all. But I do think, once again, I think we've got a concert here that the image, as it stands, is crawling into inappropriately on the side of the building.
Okay. I will want to say my piece, then I'll give you the opportunity to amend your motion. And I'm sorry, Barbara, there's no more discussion with the applicant at this point.
No, I was
we're-
just, the one thing I was going to ask,
I'm sorry, there's no more.
you've got the drawing, I just was going to get it.
I have the drawing, and I have your phone here, too. But that's fine. That's reasonable.
And the metal.
I'm in full support of whatever the artist and the applicant, the Black Heritage Trail, find appropriate for sending the message on their building. You know, if this were a mural, if you look at the Ruth Blay mural that's just across the street, it covers the entire side of the building. That's what a mural does. This is what I'm expecting to see, is a very large piece of art on the side of this building. So I think that they can come back and they can work with it. They can work with the panels. They can work with the artists to see what is most effective. But I don't think this is too big. I'm happy to come and see what they can do to seemingly make this more appropriate for the side of the building. But this is a piece of art that is supposed to go on the entire side of the building.
Chair, I don't know what we're voting on.
Where I'm giving the vice chair now an opportunity to amend her vote, amend her motion.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All right.
Okay.
It seems to me that most of the commission would like to see different size options before making a final decision. And so I will amend my motion to postpone this approval to the next month and give the applicant an opportunity to present a few different sizes and proportions of this project, with the understanding that we are generally in favor of putting a mural on the side of this building. It's just a matter of getting the right proportion. So the motion is to postpone.
Do we want to, just throw this out there, do we want to approve it with the stipulation that they come back for a
I'll second the motion.
sizing? If you want to postpone, that's fine too. Just, if they need the project to move forward, I don't know that they do.
It's been seconded, so I think we'll leave it there.
All right?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Revised motion.
The revised motion.
So the motion is to
You had
postpone.
you had seconded the original motion, so are you okay with seconding the revised motion?
I am.
Okay, good.
I don't think anyone wants to vote against this.
Right, it's true. Nobody wants to vote against it, okay. So the motion is now to postpone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Chair votes aye. Thank you. This is for you, for your records. Okay. All right, public hearing C is a work session public hearing requested by 445 Marcy Street LLC, owner, for properties located at 445 Marcy Street and 20 Prey Street, wherein permission is requested to allow the demolition of the existing candy store structure and the new construction of a single-family home with detached garage at 445 Marcy Street, and the new construction of a single-family home with a detached garage at 20 Prey Street, as per plans on file in the Planning Department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 101 as lots 3 and 3-1 and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts. Who's here to present this? Would you like for us to come down for the work session? Okay.
It just says certificate of approval.
It's a work session public hearing.
Right. What it says. It's advertised as certificate.
How about just the hammer?
Oh, you got your old one now, same as mine.
Had a cold, so I had some Bill's palsy. But I'm going to stumble through my enunciation. I brought my partner here with me to help talk through something because it's the stupidest thing.
I'm sorry, that's very annoying. I'm sorry.
It's life.
Yes.
So I'm not making faces on purpose.
Okay.
That's just how it goes.
All right.
You
can, yeah.
Before we begin, could I just make a statement about the
Sure.
So I just wanted to make sure that people understand that we know that the candy store, the disposition of the candy store one way or the other is something that needs to be decided before the project to build any structures on this property can go forward. So we're going to talk about the presentation of the buildings, but it has not been forgotten that we have to make a decision about what happens with the candy store before anything else happens. Right.
And so I don't know how you might be starting with that in your presentation.
Sure. So that works out great. We will start with the front pages of our presentation. And we brought a little bit more research specific to the candy shop that we'll talk about. And then if you want to vote on that separately, we can do that. And then we can go into the new structures.
Great.
Okay.
I'm sorry, just introduce yourself.
Yes. Tracy Kozak with Arcove Architects, and I'm here with Kayla Keeler, also of Arcove Architects.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay. So, yes, you want to start with the first pages?
Yes, so this is our third work session, and we also had a site walk last month to visit the property and look at the structure, which was seen to be a small 17 feet by 22 foot building built in two parts, a gable structure with a shed addition, which was built later. So the original gable structure was circa 1920. The shed addition was built on site in mid 1950s. Siding is wood novelty Dutch lap on the gable structure and asbestos on the front porch. Fixed storm windows, Brosco style on the porch, etc. Let's go to the next page. I want to talk about the history of the site. This is the existing conditions, and we were struck by the variety of styles, and predominantly the three sisters across the street, which are the gable enders, late 1800s, early 1900s. Okay, and next. Okay, so we started knowing that when proposing to remove, and that is what we want to do, is to hopefully relocate the structure off-site. There are two very interested parties nearby who would like to take it, and talks are ongoing with them to do so intact, so that it could be enjoyed forevermore. But in documenting the history of the site, we looked a little bit further back than 1950, and we looked at the whole 300-year history of the site. It's, I think, clear to everybody that the site is very different than what's around it. It does not have the density of buildings. It does not have the style of buildings. It's a bit of an anomaly, especially when you consider the development of this portion of the south end. It's a curiosity. As we know, the original South Meeting House was on the knoll where the South School playground is now. That was the original South Meeting House. It was called a log meeting house. It was rebuilt in the early 1700s at the time when the bridge to the mill at the mill pond, when that was built. And then people started crossing the bridge from the original Strawberry Bank neighborhood over the hill to this meeting house. And this became a new center of gravity in the South End. At that time, you can see from the earliest map we were able to find that showed buildings on it was the 1774 James Grant map. It's a little bit blurry, but you can still discern what the houses are and where the roads are. On this site, there was one house. You can't tell what exactly it was, but it was a house surrounded by a bit of land and a few other houses around the area. We know that Captain Titus Salter had a home on Salter Street. Captain John Walden had one on Walden, and a few others here and there. But for the most part, they were fairly spread apart in the early 1700s. In the 1850s, a few houses started to sprinkle in, and then through the 20s, a few went away, and then to the 50s. So we took it, and that sort of struck me about how there's really 300 years of history, and acknowledging that the latter 20th century history with the Joneses is significant, is important. We did a deep dive into that as well, and that's a story worth telling. But the other 250 years are also important, and especially because they tell the nature and development of this neighborhood. In a way, the removal of all the houses in the center of this residential neighborhood was almost the first urban renewal of Portsmouth. And although we want to tell that story, we don't want to throw away all the stories before that with it. So looking at the build patterns, with help from Kayla here, we took some handouts. There were, probably 25 different landowners in this parcel over 300 years. We highlighted 4 of them that we thought were significant enough to meet the criteria of the National Park Service of what's a significant building and what makes a property significant. We'll start from the beginning. Again, this first map, 1774. Grab my notes. So we actually traced the deeds back to 1702, back to, let's see, what is it? George Vaughan to Samuel Hart in 1702. He sold it. I won't go into too much detail, but just to get to the main point. He sold it to Humphrey Fernald. Fernald was descendant of one of the original, he was the ship's surgeon on the Captain John Mason's company that came up over here, the first group. So Humphrey was a descendant. He bought this land. He sold it to Hart, John Hart, and that eventually found its way to Captain Thomas Dowling. Captain Thomas Dowling is kind of the one I want to talk about first. He was a naval commander. He was he collaborated with John Paul Jones. He is in the journals of John Paul Jones as working with him during the Revolutionary War. He became a renowned privateer afterwards, captured at least 6 ships. Kayla can talk a little bit more about some of the details of the ships that he captured.
Hello. So basically, Captain Thomas Dowling ended up marrying Elizabeth. Her name was Elizabeth Fernald, who was the daughter of Humphrey Fernald. So after his death, he subdivided the lots between his 2 daughters, which was Mary Hart and Elizabeth Fernald. So it was one house that they had to share, subdivided between the 2. It was kind of like that. It was described as being a shared house that they had to split. And basically, he had commandeered ships during the Revolution. In the 1700s, some of those ships being the Schooners McCleary and the Spanish Packet, another being the General Sullivan. One of the major ones was the General Sullivan. It was one of the biggest ships that he did captain, and he did a lot of things in order to kind of help the American Revolution during this time. It was in quite a few news articles that I found going through. I just put one in the packet to show, but I found quite a few talking about the different times that he...
So basically, every time he stole a ship from England, they sued him, and they brought him to court. He usually won. However, in the end, they came at him with a ship twice as big and sunk his ship, and he is now, he was lost at sea. His marker is in the North Cemetery. Lots of good stuff.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Next comes along Solomon Holmes, and Holmes is a very common name in the South End, and he owned many of the properties in the area. He
was a black barber.
He was black. He was a barber. He was good friends with Hall Varell. I should mention Hall Varell. Hall Varell came along a little bit before him, and he bought up all the property and subdivided it. He was a wealthy cooper. He owned, with his partnerships, the Portsmouth Pier, which is the 300-foot-long, 2-story building in what is now Prescott Park. He made a lot of money doing that. He invested in properties all over. He bought a railroad, and he also was friends with Benjamin Holmes as one of his business partners. We have not yet established a link between Benjamin or Solomon, but we know Benjamin had many, many, many children. So we think because Solomon ended up, and his heirs, buying a lot of property from Hall, they're probably at least good friends, if not related. So Solomon, the black barber, had a pretty good business on Congress Street. He was doing pretty good. But then, so this is sort of the this is a very different story from the Captain. This is the point we're making, that this neighborhood was a spectrum of all different types. So Solomon, life was good, but then it took a turn.
He had an affair with a white woman. Is this better? Sorry. He had an affair with a wealthy white woman in the neighborhood, in the community. He was married with children. She was also married with children. And when it was discovered, he fled from Portsmouth.
This was 1859, so.
Yeah, 1859. He fled from Portsmouth to Fall River, and he was on the Empire State trying to get somewhere far away. And they pursued him, and in the pursuit, he jumped off the ship to get away, and they never found a body. He was lost at sea. And that's kind of like his story, but I think it's very interesting.
His descendants inherited the properties, which are now the candy shop, and they lived there for many, many years. A lot of them married and took on surnames, but they are descendants of Solomon. The next page shows a rapid change in the neighborhood, a lot of building. The Captain Dalling House is still here through the 1940s. It's the only one that stayed so long. But we do see Hall Varel, the developer I was telling you about, up here. The last sort of noteworthy person I want to mention is Susan Wall. She was a she was a woman who was born in Maine, in York County, and she got married at age 15, had a kid. Her husband died. She moved to Boston, got a job in a factory. But somehow, in that time, this is in the late 1800s, she moved to Portsmouth, and she bought this property. She bought all the lots that Hall Varel had chopped up, and she bought them all, and she clumped them back together. This was at a time when women were not allowed to own property without a husband's signature. So I found that unusual and remarkable. And even in fact, when she did remarry, she willed the property to a trustee of estates, and her husband became a tenant until he died. So she she was ahead of her time, and I think that's notable. Ellen May Brown was a descendant of Solomon Holmes. One by one, the houses around her fell down. She stayed in what appears to be the Captain Dalling house until Ashley and Helen Jones bought it, at which time they demolished the Captain Dalling house and brought in the Candy Shack from Newcastle. Ashley and Helen Jones, there's been a lot said about them, which is all true. It's great. They were very involved in the community. And just one last little bit, we found a few other tidbits that we think are really cool, and we do think this is worthy of mention.
So basically, Ashley and Helen Jones fell in love with Portsmouth after a summer vacation that I found. So they had vacation there, fell in love with the area, decided to move from the Philly area with their family. And Helen Jones actually taught ceramics originally before it was a candy shop. She first started out making her ceramics and teaching her ceramics classes out of it. Before that, she was actually doing that out of her house. So when they ended up bringing this property over, she started doing that in the candy shop first, and then they started adding other things to the candy shop, and I found an article where she describes that process, so I've included that there.
So that rounds out the 300 years, and if you go to the next page on the screen, we can talk about the building that's there now. And as you all saw walking through it, it was built as a utilitarian building. You can see from the framing in the rafters that they're rough sawn. They still have bark on them. There are huge gaps. It was built as a utilitarian building. We did a lot of research throughout Newcastle to try to find if this was part of the Wentworth, for example. It was not. Even the goat sheds at the Wentworth are fancier than this. It must have just been someone's backyard shed. There's just no record of it being used as a commercial property, so it was probably privately used. It is what it is. You can see the materials. They're not something that would be allowed to be built today, of course. Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Could it have been off the military base? Because post-war, there was during the war there was a military
Fort
base.
Constitution, there was.
Could have the building come from there?
There are a lot of photos from that. Most of the ones I've seen show tents, not structures, and there's some barracks. So we did look for that.
It doesn't seem like a military.
Yeah.
We went through
structure
as
unless
many
it was just
pictures
a-
as we could in the Newmarket area, and we were really struggling to find what
I
it
was
was
just curious,
before
so.
then. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, it is worth mentioning, I did try to research. It is important to tell the Black history of the neighborhood, and there were a lot of families, not just Ashley and Helen, but many Black families. That neighborhood was not 100%, but it was more so than everywhere else.
Good one.
Even so, in looking at all the literature on the Black Heritage Trail and Black Portsmouth, there are many sites listed, but they're not listed in the actual published documents. I know that it is part of the tour now, but it's a fairly new history, and I think that's why these older books, it was still contemporary when a lot of this research was happening. So history is not history till it's gone, right? So with that, and to reiterate our intent with this is to honor the history of the entire site by, we can't recreate exactly the building patterns that were there because it's too dense. Zoning would not allow it. It had 3 large houses. We're proposing 2 houses, not 3. But to just remind that the outbuildings, the garage, the single-car garage particularly that we're proposing on Marcy Street, is homage to the candy shop. It's the same form. The only difference is we raised the gable up from the shed. If we wanted to do an exact replica and use that as the garage, we probably could. However, I want to just mention as an example, we're trying to keep this above the flood zone so that it can last longer. We really don't want the asbestos siding, even though it is historic. And we'd like to just make a few changes to it, and it just makes sense to build it better because it wasn't built great to begin with, but we are honoring the gable with the shed and the diminutive scale of it in the use as a garage. So that will be telling the story of the candy shop. The 2 houses, although they're not replicas of the 1850s houses that were there, they are similar in size and scale, and they're in the same locations. The hope is that the feel of the neighborhood that was there for 250 years can be experienced once again without losing what is there right now.
Any
Do you want
questions
to
on
announce that he's?
Ta-da.
There you go.
Our city council representative is here. Are there any questions or comments about the history of this? I guess.
Incredible amount of work.
I know. Thank you for doing all of this.
It's fun. It's really, we love a good tale, and we were surprised. I always knew something was there before. I'd seen some of the maps, but until we did the deed search and the genealogical research, tracing these people's ties to each other, and then, with the beauty of the internet, you can research all the old news articles, and the pieces started to connect. So it's a good part of Portsmouth to discover.
Great. Any questions or comments? Yes?
So just to make a long story short, and then I do appreciate everything, I'm going to save this. This will not get recycled. This will be saved. I appreciate it. I guess just to make a long story short, you are going to save the building, and it is going to be moved off-site somewhere. When you say that, that means that's part of this program.
So that is the hope. It's not signed, so we would like to keep the option open to demolish it if it cannot be relocated.
That might be the problem. See, I think you have to make a decision. It's a work session.
It is a work session. Yes, and I don't know if we need to discuss sort of our feelings around that, whether or not we can move ahead with a new design if we don't know what the fate of this existing building is going to be. Yes, Mr. Ryan.
Margot, the preamble you started this meeting with, is that some official coming out of another board, or it sounded like there was something official done somewhere else that?
No, it was just a statement of the practicality, that it's difficult, you without deciding the fate of that candy shop, the candy store, that structure, if you approve the new buildings, but you haven't decided what happens with the candy shop, it really can't move forward. It's just a chicken and the egg.
I might have to disagree
situation.
with you.
Okay.
And I felt like there was some official statement that came down from Board of Adjustments or Planning or something like that.
No, we just wanted to make it clear that, because our last work session, we really focused on the new construction, the designs, rather than the historic building. So we just want to make sure that that is addressed, and we've addressed it.
I can look at this application and judge it without, I mean, it'd be great to save that. But if no one wants to take it, I mean, that's a different story. And I can look at the application, I can separate those two. So that's why I was wondering where that comment came from. So, okay.
Yeah.
Can the application move forward just like a contingent sale of a house can move forward with the stipulation that is sufficient, owner be found, that it not be demolished? Can you go do it that way with that stipulation?
I would think that that's an option. That could be a stipulation. Then if there was no, if we decided that the only way this is moving forward is if a good solution is found for this, then that's how it goes. And if they can't, if they want to demolish it, then that's not part of the approval. So they would have to come back to us for.
If I can interject something else too, I believe, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but one of the people that spoke last time, if I understood what he was saying, and my memory does not go back 30 days, so anyway. But if I remember what he said, I think he lived in the house that the Jones family actually lived in at the time, and he felt a personal attachment to this. With that in mind, Tracy, I am not an architect by any stretch of the imagination, but if you take your garage on Marcy and you spin it 90 degrees, you might have to change proportion, but if you spin it 90 degrees, you've got a virtual recreation of the candy shop.
That was why we designed it that way.
Right,
We
but
were,
I mean,
in
if
fact.
you just spin it, if you
don't even have to spin it. You can leave it the way it is. And
then it's even facing the way the candy shop faces. I'm just throwing that out to you.
well, if we wanted to keep the same size as the candy shop, you would have to spin it. Otherwise, the car won't fit because it's 17 by 22. So you want the car to go in the long way, and the driveway is where it is. So we would spin it. If we kept it on site, we would not keep it where it is on site. It would be relocated off to the side a little bit and rotated 90 degrees, but in the same form. That's also in keeping of where all these sheds were in the old photos. They were towards the Partridge Street side where the main houses pray.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Well, so are we in agreement to move forward to look at the new proposed design? And I mean, this again, this is still work session, so we're not making any decisions at the moment. I'm asking now. Anybody has?
Well, some people don't talk.
I'm not going to force you to talk. I'd like to hear from everybody.
Okay.
But only if you have something you want to say.
I can accept going forward.
Okay, great. All right. So let's, again, still work session. We're going to look at the proposed new design.
Okay. Next slide. Site plan is, I believe, what you saw last time. From the first work session, we moved the Marcy Street house away from Prey Street a little bit to save the trees. That took a little corner out of the southeast back porch so that the driveway can still make the corner to get into the garage. And the Prey Street site as well, we moved the garage a couple of feet closer to Prey Street so we could save the trees, which are right next to it. Otherwise, those are pretty much the same. We did remove a stoop, some steps on the west side of the Prey Street house to avoid the setback. Okay. These you've seen before. They're just a reminder to show the scale in keeping with the neighborhood. And these are the renderings. That's from the corner of Marcy and Prey. And this is from Marcy Street as you're heading north into town. Again, if you look at the garage, so that is our interpretation of the candy shop. And it is different because on the current candy shop, the top of the shed roof aligns with the ridge of the gable. We raised that gable to get a little extra height, but if that's a showstopper, we can bring that gable back down to keep that same original roof line.
So could I just ask you, are you now planning on spending this? Are you attempting to recreate the candy shop?
This is what we've been showing you all along, and the whole design concept behind this was to recreate an image of the candy shop. It's not a precise replica right there, of course, because we did that thing with the roof. Okay. But again, if that's a problem and we need an exact replica, we can do that. Yeah. This is the back of the building from Partridge Street, the back of the Prey Street building from Partridge. That's a trellis on the back, and a dormer on the back, and the one-car garage to the right. This is from Prey Street, looking slightly towards the west. And this is the view between the houses. If you were to visit the Marcy Street house and you came out their side door, that's what you would see as you look towards the Prey Street house. It's not really visible from a public way. And the bird's eye views. From the north and from the south. The plans, site plans showing setbacks and whatnot. These have not really changed. And the roof. And the elevations. We did a lot of work on the detailing and proportions. We took to heart the comments on the on this particular building, the detailing above and below the windows on the bays. We lightened up the horizontal banding. We added more detail on fascias and frieze boards, railings, fences, light fixtures, added dimensions on these. And the other sides of the building, just going around, same updates. Window sizes.
And you've got lots of 4/6 windows on the first floor.
What stimulated the 4/6?
That is on the lower floor where we have the taller windows. So we wanted to keep the proportion of the glass pane size, but also have it be proportional to the whole facade with the heights of the trims.
So the windows, looking at this back, it seemed to me that it was called out as 6 foot tall.
I believe so. That's what it says there. Yeah.
That means that the front entry door, looking at the scale, it looks like it's an 8 foot tall door?
Yes.
Why are you doing
that? To keep the wall to glazing ratio in proportion around the building. And so the houses across the street, the Three Sisters, are 2 stories plus an attic. They're the same height, but because we have to raise the first floor above floodplain, we would not have headroom to do that. So we have to make it a 1 story plus an attic. So then if you start putting little one-story windows with a giant wall, it looks unlike what's around it. It does not have the same wall to glass ratio. So it balanced it out to bring everything along the same proportion. And that's why they're a little taller and a little wider than what you see around it.
That means that the header of the porch, as you walk up over the deck, is like 10 foot. Well, it is. I did the math. It's even, I mean, it's, what is, once again, what is the point of making these features in the house so large?
It's the height of the first floor above floodplain.
But this is, but the whole house exists above that.
Well, we're holding the roof down to where the neighbors' roofs are. So we can't just raise the whole house up above floodplain. So we're squishing it. So we're holding the roof, we're raising up the floor. And by doing that, we lose the second floor. It's only a one floor plus an attic. So you can't put the same fenestration you would have on a two-story house now that it's just a one-story house.
Don't buy it. I can't, if you're saying you're making, your problem is the house is too big because you've lifted it, and then you're putting in doors that are a foot and more higher than a normal door, which a person like me, limited brain capacity, says would make the building even taller. Yeah.
A normal door on a circa 1750 house, though, is different than a door on a... So there are a lot of different window heights and door heights and floor-to-floor heights in the neighborhood, depending on what century the building was built in. The later buildings have tall floor-to-floors. For example, the house across the street, the Queen Anne, probably has 9-foot ceilings, very tall windows. It's a very tall house. The house across the street from that, the one-story Cape that John used to live in, very low ceilings, very low windows. Oh, yeah. So there's a variety, and the goal is to keep the fenestration wall ratio harmonious and in proportion around the building with the height to width ratios of the windows you see around it. It's a little bit bigger just because it's scaled up for that single floor arrangement. It tells the story of what's inside. We wouldn't.
So what you're calling the attic level, I mean, I'm looking at page E2.1, which is, oh, same measurements are there, okay. And I didn't catch it, so thank you, Dave. But it shows on P2.1 that elevation height there is 11 feet 4 inches, which means you do have an 8-foot door and a 10-foot sill. It's there. So my question, Tracy, is in that second floor, what you're calling the attic, what's the ceiling height up there?
We haven't designed the ceilings yet, but it's under the, it's a pitch ceiling. That's a 12 by 12 pitch.
But wouldn't you gain more headroom taking what Dave said to heart and lower that a little bit on the first floor?
So we really didn't design this around the interior ceilings. We wanted to align the fascia board and the ridges with the roofs that are around it. Okay. The street, instead of putting the first floor at the street like everything around it and putting an intermediate second floor in the middle, we couldn't do that because of the flood zone. Our first floor is at elevation 15. That automatically eliminates the possibility of us getting a second floor in unless we were to make the roofs higher, which we don't want to do because we're trying to keep the scale down. That's why the windows have to get higher to be in scale with that those parameters that we're designing to.
Yes, sir. Tracy, I just want to say that I think your design is very successful. You've created these two cottages essentially, but I don't agree with your argument that, and I've mentioned this before a couple meetings ago, is why do you have to have such a high ceiling? You're saying the ceilings didn't drive the design, but then you're saying actually the ceilings drove the design. So if you only had like an 8-foot ceiling, everything could be scaled down. You'd have more room upstairs. I just don't know why you have such high ceilings.
Well, for example, one of the comments on the earlier work session was that the horizontal banding was too
That's
thick. We
not
had
what I'm
three.
saying.
Well, but no. But so what we could have done is just lower the whole roof and the banding and make the window shorter. We-
Lower the floor, the second floor, a foot. Somehow they can't do
But you can't see the floor from outside. What you're talking about is the window size, right?
I'm talking about the second, I'm talking about the fact that the height of your ceiling on the first floor is driving the size of
we
the
haven't
windows. and
designed the
doors.
ceiling yet, though. That's the thing. I mean, we could have an 8-foot ceiling with an 8-foot window. Would that be
No.
illegal?
No, you wouldn't want to do that, would you?
We wouldn't want an 8-foot
You
ceiling.
wouldn't want an 8-foot door with an 8-foot ceiling, would you?
So what I'm trying to say is we haven't designed the ceilings yet inside the building. What we're trying to do is design the outside to be harmonious
Okay.
with the massing.
Mind you, I think
Yeah.
it's a good design. I think you've done a good job, but you're still not getting what I'm saying.
I can't shake the idea that there's something wrong with proportions if you're putting an 8-foot door in something that looks like a cottage.
Yeah.
And it's my feeling, I'm certain, but I can't get my head around how that works. I mean, you don't need to hear crap like this, but I've never put an 8-foot door in anything in my, 60 years of doing stuff. Never. I worked on different kinds of things.
Hanover Street.
Okay, that was 8 foot tall. You're right. It was. Yes. Hanover Street. No, I'm sorry. I was the
Cure.
Novacure building.
Yeah.
Yes. Vaughn Street. Yes, I was given an 8-foot door and I made an 8-foot door. Yeah, you're right. But that was a big building.
That's a
All right, so
50-foot
we're
building.
gonna,
Anyway.
let's set this
Okay.
aside for now. And
So I just want to be sure I understood what you said, Tracy. I think what you said is that you were trying to keep the top of the first floor level with the top of the second floor of the buildings around. And you needed to do that because you can't have two. If you started 15 feet off and you put 2 stories up and then an attic, you were going to be much too tall.
Right.
And so what you were trying to do was line up the top of the first floor with the top of the second floor, basically,
Right.
the houses around.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And so to do that, you end up with a tall
wall.
Tall first floor. Now, you could fix that and make it the same height by taking the floor up, but then you'd have this massive 20-foot base, which doesn't
Yeah.
make sense at all. Okay, so I totally get what you're going there, and that may or may not answer somebody's questions as to why that floor looks the way it does. It's because of the alignment around. Okay. I like what you've done here as well, with the exception of the Prey Street vignettes. The buildings along Prey Street are very restrained and very, very simple. The buildings along Marcy have more flavor to them. They have the Queen Anne, they have all these different features. And so I get how what you're doing on Marcy Street works with that. But I am concerned about the Prey Street side. I think it has a little too much going on, a little too much ornamentation, and I think that's what's making the buildings, to me, look a little bit out of place on the Prey Street side.
yes.
I understand the argument that, yes, some of the features are vertical, very vertical, but the results, the final results and what you compare it to in the context, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, this is pretty good. This works. To me, vertical elements are very elegant looking, and you don't want that big space above some of the doors and windows to look more proportioned than they need to be, larger proportion than they need to be. So I can accept that some of this is unique. It's not what would have been done by default. And so I'm just looking at the total package and the total design, and from what I'm seeing is it looks good. It looks appropriate. It fits within the historic context of the area and of our historic district. And for that, I think this is, nothing's been done that is just like, totally incorrect. You shouldn't do it this way. It's bad design. So that's how I'm judging it at this point.
Anybody else?
I think what you've done with the massing and your attempt to level with the other houses has worked well. I think you've taken in a lot of the suggestions. So these are going to be new houses in an old neighborhood, but these are new, not a new design. It's a good cottage New England house with some features, and it's a great neighborhood, and it should have some features. So I think you've done well with that. So I'm happy with this, and I just worry about the poor cottage store, the candy store.
I'll just echo unless anybody else.
Yeah, I'll
says
just,
anything.
I thank you for, respecting the heights of the other houses around it. I think I really appreciate that. I do appreciate there is still some green space, remaining. And I think the design is respecting the neighborhood it's in.
Yeah, I'll just echo a lot of these things in that I do understand what you're trying to do, and it's trying to shoehorn a new building into a historic context where we don't have the same construction methods or standards, or we have new codes now, and so you're trying to make it fit, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're looking at how to make the massing and the exteriors of these buildings fit in with the context, rather than what usually happens is you build from the inside out. So yes, there are some things that are unique and might be a little awkward, but I think in the whole, if we're looking at the forest and not necessarily the trees, this is going to feel more appropriate than if you had to stick with the traditional 1.5-story proportions of a house in these locations. So I really appreciate that. I think it's very respectful to the surrounding neighborhood and just sort of this area as a whole in terms of the feeling of the size and mass. I also think that, as Dr. Brown said, these are new buildings. You can't, I wouldn't want to see replicas of historic buildings here. We don't know what we saw the footprints of all the many historic buildings here, but we don't know what they look like. And for new construction in the heart of the historic district, I think these are sensitively designed. There's nothing that screams it's too wacky and too, 21st century, but it's also not trying to be a fake historic building, which you can't construct these days anyway. So, I say this all the time, this is a very, very difficult thing to do, is to make compatible new construction in a historic setting. It's very hard. So I think that you've gone in a good direction. I'm pleased with it. Are there probably some details here and there of, windows and the amount of glass on a certain side? Probably. I will let the designers in the group talk to that, but I'm pleased with what you have so far. Yes, Mr. Boots.
My earlier comment about the ceiling height aside, whatever you do in there, you do. But I totally agree with what everybody's been saying. I think Martin nailed it. In the profile views, you nailed it. It fits. Mm-hmm. The roof heights are the same. What Reagan just said about, trying to put two modern buildings in the middle of a historic neighborhood, you made them look like historic buildings. If we go back to, your research is flawless, but if we go back to this map, at one point there was 5 buildings on that lot. So now we're talking 2 buildings and 2 little outbuildings for garages. And I think it works. I think you've done an excellent job. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Any other, do you want to bring up or talk about anything else? Do you want to talk about materials or
windows and doors.
She wants to go to bed.
No, if there are any questions, we're happy to go through the rest of we probably should go through the rest of the drawings. In reference to the Prey Street fanciness, I do understand what Margot is saying, and we did have a lot of discussion about that, and we took the approach to design these as a holistic development with the two houses looking like they're sisters or cousins, close friends, similar to the three sisters across the street. You can tell they were all built by the same person, even though they all are a little bit different. We have the same materials, a lot of the same details on both houses. We started with a corner house, which was the gable end with the bay window facing Marcy Street, a second bay window facing Prey. When we went down Prey Street, we didn't want to do a gable end to Prey Street, even though there is one or two. Most of them are the long side to Prey Street, so we turned it. By doing that, it didn't make sense to put what would be then the side of the house with the lopsided bay window facing Prey Street with the front door on the side. It just seemed, couldn't find a single precedent for that. So we put both windows on the front, and that's how that shape evolved. And then as far as the details, we just basically copied what we had on the corner so that they looked like they were both part of the same development.
Yes,
It's just, I see what you're saying, and I think it works. What the problem I feel, if it's going overboard, is the amount of corbels, brackets that you have there. I'm looking at 4 of them, I think.
Yeah,
2,
4.
No, 6 of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6, because you have them around the front door also. So it just, it gives kind of a nice fairy tale cottage look, if that's what you're going for. But
We tried it without them at first. It's not bad. We added them to soften the corner transitions where we have the square roof over the bay. And you see this around town, wherever you have a bay window under a square roof. There's usually some bracket to hold up the corners. So that's why that's there. It's simpler than most of the brackets you see on the Craftsman or Victorian houses around town. But it's there actually for structural reasons. The ones over the front door are, they're just decoration. Maybe those go away if you want to simplify it. The other ones on the corner are actually doing a job.
what about the ones that come, for the bay windows? That there's one on each side of the bays. That's not structural, certainly.
Are you talking about the ones on the corner? Yeah, right there?
The ones that come on the corner, I could see might have a structural element. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
The only other ones are by the front door. And
No, the ones that are on the angle bays.
yeah, that right there. Yeah, that's what I call the corner. They're holding up the corner of the roof, basically. And that's what you see in a lot of Craftsman and Victorian style houses where you have a bay window under a square roof. They'll support that cantilever corner with a bracket. So that's why that's there. It's just a simple. It's across the street. The same details right across the street on the Queen Anne, but in a much
2x8 or something like that?
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an extension of the frieze board. It's just in line.
Okay.
I would say, Tracy, that it's a shame that the downspout.
The gutter.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. I think we could look to find a different way to resolve that gutter that has bothered me since the beginning. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll keep going. Or
Yeah. I think we're down at the.
Were we done?
We went back. Did we go through the materials? The very last pages are materials.
We were at
should
the
probably
windows.
just touch on that.
I'm not sure that we made it quite past the
Yep.
window schedule, so we
Okay.
will start with the next one after that.
These just show the dimensions of the trim, fascia boards, shadow boards, baseboards. We have recessed paneling above and below the bay windows. There's open lattice vertical skirting below, as we talked about earlier. It's a flow-through foundation for the flood zone. And Yeah, Isaac, if you go to the very end, there are material sheets. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we do have working chimneys on both of these, which would be a clay brick, water-struck brick. We're looking at a sliced brick to keep down the weight, but we could do a full 3-inch brick if that's necessary. The gutters are aluminum. They would be painted white. We are showing a metal chimney cap, which would be copper, natural patina. The doors and all the doors are wood, and the fence is proposed to be a composite cellular in a picket fashion, like a sort of like an.
And it runs right along Mercy Street, right
It does.
along the sidewalk.
Yes. Not wood, but a composite. So
So
It's a paintable composite.
It is paintable, it would
It's
be painted
not
white.
an AZAC plastic hollow material or anything like that.
correct. It would not be like a vinyl, the shiny vinyl stuff. Oh, Certainty asphalt shingles. The windows are Marvin aluminum clad wood. Ultimate Series simulated divided light. You know, white color. Everything's white. And the lanterns. In fact, we have some options here for real gas lanterns with the flame, which is the preference. I think
Getting
that's
to be
it.
a little Tony in Portsmouth now to have gas lamps.
I don't know if you've looked around Portsmouth lately. We're pretty Tony.
I've seen a lot of
Yeah, so that's what we have. Happy to answer any other questions.
Well, I don't know if there's anything that anybody sees necessarily needs to be really discussed or something before a public hearing. We can open the work session up to the public with the understanding that we would move into a public hearing directly after this. So there's two options for the public to come and speak. And yeah, I don't think that there's, I mean, unless there's anything more to discuss. There were a couple, little details here and there. All right, I will open the work session up to the public, and come and speak. And again, or you can wait to speak at the public hearing part. But there'll be two options. So, if there's anybody from the public who wants to speak to the work session, please come up.
Hi. Like I said earlier, I'm Verity Boyer, and I'm here on behalf of the Portsmouth Advocates. And so I'm here because we're primarily concerned about this little candy cottage, which I know its fate hasn't been decided, but that little cottage is listed as a contributing structure on the National Register of Historic Places. And we just would urge you to consider carefully the impact of relocating a structure that is a contributing resource. We feel that demolishing or moving the candy cottage out of its historic neighborhood sets a troubling precedent, one that undermines the integrity of the district and its National Register designation. And I think that all of us at the Historical Society and a lot of us in the room don't feel that there's anything wrong with new development. In fact, it's vital for a city. But for it to come at the expense of something that we have designated as important to us culturally and architecturally, I think that is the challenge here. And obviously there's a lot to be thought about and a lot more people who are going to, share their perspective. But I would just urge all of you to uphold this cottage's designation as a contributing structure and give it the care and consideration that this designation kind of demands of all of us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I guess I'd like to say, and I missed some of what was said, but I understand that there
Sorry,
was.
we know who you are, but can you, for the record,
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
introduce
Yeah.
yourself again?
Barbara Ward. I live at 16 Nixon Park in Portsmouth, and I work at the Black Heritage Trail of New Hampshire at 222 Court Street. I am speaking, my personally on this, but also, I've looked a lot at. I had a student who worked with me actually on a paper of the impact of urban renewal on the Black community in Portsmouth, and actually found that so much of that history has been removed already, that it's really, really disturbing. And I'm here to try to make you all understand how this feels to the Black community in Portsmouth and how it feels to those of us who really care about telling our whole history. That it's a devastating loss. And I certainly hope that everything will be done to save this building. I think it's ironic that you're talking about trying to reproduce it instead of saving it here. And the idea of demolishing it, I think it's going to be, I'm really disturbed by my city. I'm really disturbed. I hear all the time, the city of the open door, the city of the open door. We are so open to everybody. And we're in a situation now where so much of really looking at our real history is being, people want to erase it. They don't understand the community that was here and the people who are, those buildings were saved in the South End for years by people who couldn't even get loans to fix them up because the area was redlined. I had when I worked at Strawberry Bank and interviewed people, I had people tell me personally that they were denied loans, that other people had made the decision that that whole neighborhood was expendable. I just implore you to really think about this history carefully and not make a rash decision about taking away something that really, really is important to the community. Because you can say, oh, we'll take this one down and that's nothing. And then, oh, well, we're still some more left. We'll take this one down. It's really, that's your job, is to save things. That's what you're here for, is to save the history that we have left. I talked to a friend today, many of you know, Ron Bourgeot. He said, I don't think I'm even coming back to Portsmouth again because once I sell my house, because I can't stand to watch the way the city is changing. That's your job, to keep the sense of what Portsmouth is. The reason we all love living here is because the depth of history that we see around us. I like new buildings too. A lot of people don't like, I don't even know, I forget what it's called inside, but the weird new building that's across from the McIntyre building. I love it because it's different. It's exciting. It's interesting. I love that. I love that sense of layers of history. And that's what I think we all love about Portsmouth. So I'm just imploring you as a Portsmouth citizen and somebody who's been in historic preservation and in history for my entire career to please, please save this piece of our city. Thank you.
My name is Bruce Addison. I'm at 17 Price Street. And thank you all for doing this. I don't know if I could do what you guys do and be away from your family and everything, so I'll keep it extremely brief. There's just two things. And I want to just pass this out. I have no history of architectural design or real estate experience, but to me, the buildings don't seem to fit into the neighborhood. This is 14 Mechanic Street. That looks fantastic. These don't, to me or anybody I've talked to about, don't seem to fit into the neighborhood whatsoever. And then secondly is on the size. So one of our neighbors pulled this off the Vision site. The footprint for the 20 Prey Street is 1,936 feet. The footprint for the 445 Marcy is 1,780. And our house at 17 Prey Street is 789. So this is over twice the size, the footprint, each one of these places than our house on 17 Prey Street. So thanks again for your time. We think it's inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else speaking to the work session?
Hi, my name is Sally Elshout, 17 Bray Street. Bruce is my husband. I want to read, Susan McDougall couldn't be here today. She's the owner of 39 Bray Street, excuse me, our neighbor. And she wanted me, I have a letter for you, Isaac, to give afterwards. But she wrote, Dear Commissioners, my comments from the prior meeting stand. I do not think the candy store should be removed from its site. During the walk through the building, a commissioner commented, wow, it's only $600,000. The neighbors should buy it. In the past, the city allowed for complete eradication of an entire historic neighborhood. I feel that saving historic buildings and neighborhoods is the city's responsibility and the sole reason for an historic district commission. Should you vote to allow the building to be moved, it must be done under the auspices of the established historic preservation organization and or an organization which has a stake in its contextual history and its story. And I can give that letter. I also have something to say. I have to type it so I could see it. Hold on one second. Okay. So, Sally and Bruce. So our home was built in 1780. It's 245 years old, built before George Washington was even president, as Bruce always likes to say. We bought 17 Prey Street in 2018 from Jean Odion, who lived there for 65 years and had taken great strides to bring out as much of the home's original state. We bought this property because of its historic charm and location. Today's proposed home location of 20 Prey Street is directly across from our home and the driveway mostly across from the yard with a picket fence. Could you go to, let me switch over here. You could do that, but then there's this, the ones that has the three all gray shaded of the sizes. Yeah, so if you look here where it says 20 Prey Street, we are that tiny house across from it. That house is massive. It will loom over a house. It's directly on the street. It's not set back, as I'll show you some other maps where buildings were they're actually in the middle of the property. Let me go back up to my letter. So the first proposal had the home across from our fence, which is closer towards 39 Prey Street, which is the Susan's house towards the water. And the driveway was across from our home. And now the design is flipped so that the house is directly in front of our house. My husband and I are against the current location. The current design is a massive home towering over our home. The setback is tiny. It's on top of Prey Street, and it will block all of the light and sunshine to our home. In a letter submitted to the HDC dated March 1st, 2025, we asked that the driveway be moved from Prey Street across from our home to Partridge Street. As you may remember, the home design from Jim and Gail Sanders had the driveway on Partridge Street. The original proposal included an outbuilding on the Partridge Street side, which was a separate living, and it appears to be a multifamily living on 20 Prey Street. We still have a concern about what happened. I think you call it ADU or UD, and what is planned in the future. During the work April session, the architect said it was tabled for now, so we're still concerned about what will be happening in the future. The City of Portsmouth HDC guidelines for small-scale new construction and additions mentions the following. All forms of new construction within a historic district can be dynamic and vibrant, but at the same time should be sensitive to their 100 and 200-plus-year-old neighbors. The design of the two homes are not in keeping with our neighborhood. The architect has only called out one tiny design from 430 Marcy Street, which is at the corner of Marcy and Prey, and nothing in keeping with the homes on Prey or Partridge, which are much more simple. And Bruce obviously showed you an example of something that we thought was more in keeping. Could you go down now to the 1850 and so maps that you had? Yeah, so the 1850, I don't know if you can make that larger. Is that possible? That one in the 1920 and the 1959, right? So if you look at the 1851, you can see our house across the street. It's a tiny little one. Actually, the folks, we did some history on our house as well. The Randall family, who lived there for a long time, they actually built 437, which is Mark's home, this Victorian house you're talking about, that the Jones family lived in. And the Randall family, like what was mentioned earlier, when the husband passed away, the wife couldn't live there. She had to sign it over to her kids. But then their oldest son, Mr. Randall, who became the chief of the fire department in Portsmouth, he actually built the home 437 Marcy. But the point I want to make is here, if you look at 1850, the one that's in the middle there, if you look at 1820, there's a single one. And obviously in 1859, it's not there. But in both cases for 1850 and 1920, the home that's across from our house was set back and more in the middle of the property, and it's not right on the street. And there's more reasons why I want to state that. Prey Street is not wide enough for two vehicles, even though it's a two-way street. Cars either have to back up blindly into Marcy Street or turn around in our driveways. It's usually my street or it's Susan Street at 39 Prey Street. In addition, Prey Street is the address for the Sanders Lobster Pound. Sanders vendors, including 18-wheeler trucks, their delivery trucks, and customers all use Prey Street. The speed of the vehicles of non-residents at times are too fast for our small street during the open season for Sanders. During the winter months, Prey Street becomes even more narrow because of the snow buildup. Today, when we back out of our driveway, we must make 2 or 3 or more point turns to get out of our driveways, even if it's just me and one car's beside me, and forget about a house. In most cases, we almost tap, we try not to, but almost tap that current wooden fence on the property of 20 Prey Street. With the way it's flipped right now, I'm curious if the family living across from Prey Street would like our cars tapping against the front of their home. That's how narrow that street is. Overall, there is less traffic and more room for a driveway to be added to Partridge Street rather than to Prey Street for the reasons that I pointed out. The HDC is very particular and reasons good so for having a historic district maintained to where it should be. And everything that we have done to our home and for each of our home improvements, we've accounted for that. Any new home or homes in our neighborhood should also be subject to the same requirements. We are not against homes being on that lot. Point blank. We've known it since the day we bought it. We welcome homes. They just need to be in historic, and they need to be so that it's not impeding other homes around there. The point I'm making is that all of us on Prey and Partridge Street and immediately Marcy Street, homes have done our best to update our homes and maintain the character of our homes and those around us. We ask the same for the homes of 445 Marcy and Prey Street. About the candy store. This is a historical building, as has been pointed out, and it has been used for business for the Jones family, who were friends of our family and my mom growing up, and they're a black family business. It is the only black family business building still standing in the historical background of this entire lot. I know that there's been mention of other families and black families around there, but there's nothing still physically standing there, and even more so the reason to preserve in historic, whether it's here or it's somewhere else in a historical area in Portsmouth. The structure should be kept either at its current location or in the Portsmouth area that maintains historical buildings. Before we move forward with the owners of 445 Marcy and Prey, they should publicly share where the building will be moved and be kept as a historical Black business building. To summarize, full stop. Regardless of the past 300 years, the candy store should be kept as a Black historical business. It is only one left standing in our neighborhood and should be shared with the public on where it should go and how it should be utilized. Look at Court Street, or I'm sorry, not off of Court Street, is where they found the Black graves, and then they made that historical area. The town did it itself. Maybe the town should consider buying this candy store and also doing the same thing, or making a historical area. You don't want to wipe out the Black history like the Italian North End was wiped out, and now people wish it were still back here. 20 Prey Street towers over our home, 17 Prey Street, and is right on the street from the designs that we've all seen, blocking all the sunshine and the light. The home should be either a single story and set back in the middle between Prey and Partridge Streets. I know there's been discussions about 8-foot doors, and you've got to deal with the rising, for the flood zones. But there should be a better way than making a home so large that it overtowers the other homes that are there. The homes on Prey Street are short. Inside, you're more than welcome to come in and look at them anytime. I know Susan's is the same, Chris and Lindsay's are the same, as is the one at the end that was just sold. We recommend the driveway for 20 Prey Street beyond Partridge. Prey Street is already too busy with Sanders Lobster Pound vendors, delivery trucks, and their customers. And that it should be moved back towards the middle of the property like it has been shown in the past maps. And that the design of 20 Prey Street needs to be more in keeping with the immediate neighborhoods of Prey and Partridge, not only one small decorative detail from 437 Prey Street. That's it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this? Again, there will be another opportunity for public hearing. Okay. All right. If I don't see anyone else, wait. Yes, we're going to move into the public hearing after this. Okay. Seeing no one else rise, I'm going to close the work session part of this and move into the public hearing. Does anybody? Well,
I have to take a break anyway.
I don't want to take a break in the middle of just go ahead. You can, anybody need to go to the bathroom, feel free. Because you've heard this. We're going to make her repeat it all. So for the public hearing, please just summarize what you have presented already with if there are any changes or anything like that, just call that out.
Do you want to go back up to the?
You can? Sure. All right.
It's tradition. Oh, sorry. I was close enough.
Okay. No, we're not breaking yet. But we are going to try and get through this quickly because we still have lots of other things on our agenda. So. Okay.
Good evening. Tracy Kozak, Arco Architects, here on behalf of the applicant. Here to walk you through our application, which we just reviewed, so I'll be brief and summarize. We're looking to build 2 single-family homes, 2 detached one-car garages, and to remove or demolish the candy shop and rebuild it in keeping with the spirit of the original massing of the site. Existing conditions. If you have any questions as we go through, please shout out. Existing massing. Corner lot, again, just to reiterate, this is a play on the theme of the houses across the street, what we call the Three Sisters, with the gable enders and the bay windows and the shed dormers. It's a theme you see repeated throughout the project, and both parcels are being built with similar details and massing so that it looks like a singular development. And just to reiterate, the what we talked about at the very beginning is the location of these structures on the site mimics what was there throughout the 300 years of history. We are honoring the current history, but we also want to bring back the lost history of 250 years because we believe it's important. The elevations details. It's all wood siding, wood trim, real bricks, wood doors, asphalt roofing shingles, aluminum clad windows, and the details, roof overhangs, copper gutters. And some of the materials, as previously discussed.
All right.
Happy to answer any questions.
Any other questions?
Yes. So Tracy, having done the site walk and just pacing things off, I would like to know if you gave some consideration to moving the candy store to the southwest corner against Marcy Street, and if removing the maple, which we all acknowledge is on its last legs to begin with, that you would be able to keep the candy store in a slightly different but nearby location.
Trying to understand your question. The one-car garage is approximately the size of the candy shop. It's a couple of feet bigger. And where the candy shop is now is where the new house is going. And the driveway comes off of a curb cut on Prey, pretty close to where it is now. I guess I'm not sure what your question is.
Maybe we need to find the map, the overview that shows, let me get back. That's the site plan, H11?
That's the Prey Street. I'll go back a few more
H11.
pages.
That's the, yep. No, keep going. Has the yellow
No, well,
colored.
that is the Marcy Street property.
Okay. So my question was, if the candy shop was moved to the bottom right-hand corner of this site, and the maple that is currently in the middle of everything, if that tree were removed, would you be able to reorder the location of the garage in order to keep the candy store on the site, but in a slightly different location?
So if we were to keep the candy shop on the site, it would be right there where that one-car garage is, because it's basically the same size. That's what that is. The tree is shown, the big maple tree is shown in this drawing. The intent is to keep it as long as it is alive and healthy. It won't live forever. The garage is located there so that it can be accessed by the driveway on Prairie Street.
It's in this, right now, it's at the edge of the setbacks, so I can't move it.
I was just wondering if you lose the tree and can relocate the one-car garage, and yes, we might have to ask for an exemption of some kind from somebody to encroach on those setbacks, but is that something that we might consider in an effort to accomplish both things, saving the candy store on that site and building your new buildings? Is it something you considered or mapped out?
I'm still a little confused. Are you suggesting moving the garage closer to Marcy Street?
No.
No.
No, I'm suggesting moving it back and
Further back to the
back
back property line. Right, so yeah, we're trying to respect the setbacks for zoning.
What are we doing?
We would love to put it against the property line, but I mean, honestly, it would make the driveway easier, but it's not allowed.
I'm simply asking the question, is there a way to accomplish both things in this scenario? If we lose the tree, and I'm the first person who wants to save a tree, but you can regrow a tree, you can't rebuild the candy store. Is there a way to get all of this on there if we ask for, and the neighbors support encroaching on the setbacks? And we go to the BOA and say, this is a special situation.
So you're saying keep the one-car garage and then also put a candy shop on it? No, I think we would just not do the garage.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Just as a middle person here, I understand what Margot is saying. Tracy, if you go to page H.11.
We're also, if we put a third building on here, we would exceed lot coverage.
Well, as Margot said, it would have to be a variance, but you see on page H.11, the tree in the lower right-hand corner, I believe what Margot is saying, put the candy shop where the tree is.
Oh, on the 20 Prairie Street property.
Is that correct, Margot?
No.
No? Okay.
I think that
the answer is no.
The answer is no. Any other questions?
In the short history of the candy shop, I guess from 1921, was it always on that whole huge lot by itself?
No, it was born in Newcastle.
No, I know,
and
but once it was pulled over there, was there anything else on that huge lot?
So when Ashley and Helen bought the property, the house, there was one house there. It was what appears to be the house of Captain Thomas Dalling. It was probably, from what I've heard in rumors, in very poor repair. It was a big house. It was an old house dating from 1740 something. That was on the property when they bought it. They tore it down and they cleared the site and they brought just the gable portion of the candy shop from Newcastle. Once they built a CMU foundation for it, and while they were at it, they built the shed addition to the front of it. That's how that lot evolved.
What year was that?
1956. Yeah.
Who demolished the big building? Who demolished the?
Ashley Jones.
Oh.
Again, there were tales that the buildings in this area were in very, very bad shape, almost beyond repair. Not just that one, but some of the others around it. And you can see from the maps that although there were a lot of houses there in 1860, one by one they started disappearing as people did not have the means to repair them. They would just tear them down.
Any other questions? All right. So now we can open the public hearing up to the public for comment on this. So anyone from the public, please. And just, everybody's very concerned about this project, but please just be mindful that we have a lot on our agenda afterwards. So,
Certainly.
thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle McLaughlin, 469 Marcy Street. And I'd just like to say we've heard so much about the historical significance of the candy shop tonight. I'd like to add that I wholeheartedly agree that this historic cottage be preserved and that it be preserved in a context that does justice to its historical significance. Regarding the proposed development, I have carefully reviewed the HDC guidelines for small-scale new construction and found no less than 24 references, yes, 24 references, emphasizing that the new design should be in keeping with the existing neighborhood's historical elements. Now, in this instance, the existing neighborhood would be considered the Marcy, Prey, and Partridge block. This neighborhood block, as we've discussed tonight and in other meetings, is characterized by smaller homes with simple, unadorned exteriors, modest roof lines, minimal front stoops, single doors, and single windows. The majority of the homes do not have garages. In contrast, the proposed homes are significantly taller and feature extensive architectural elements such as mixed siding, multiple roof lines, dormers, double windows, double doors, bay windows, pergola, wraparound farmer's porch, roof deck, and multiple exterior staircases. These elements are incompatible with the existing character of our neighborhood and detract from its integrity tremendously. I urge the Commission to please reject the project in its current iteration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to speak to, for, or against this project?
Barbara Ward, 16 Nixon Park. I just wanted to mention that in response to what was happening in this neighborhood in 1956, as I said, one of the issues that we see and we run across is that I think you know what redlining is. When certain districts were, it was determined that the houses were not that the bank couldn't get their money out of them, so they wouldn't give loans to certain people, and they definitely discriminated against anyone who was black. It was difficult, frankly, to get for the person who I mentioned in my previous remarks. It was a white couple. They were not able to get a loan to improve a house because of where it was located and because it was in a district that was considered in poor condition. I also, as part of my work at Strawberry Bank, I worked on the little corner grocery store, and we looked a lot at the, there was a survey done of building stock in 1940 when the area and the federal government were thinking about building housing for workers at the shipyard because of Lend-Lease. And so we had a really detailed survey of what was going on in the neighborhood. And many of the houses, because of the inability to get banks to give people loans, one woman who owned a block of apartment houses, she just let it go downhill because Mrs. Abbott, because she said, you won't give me a loan, I can't repair it, and so I'm just going to let it fall down.
I'm sorry, do you
well,
have
the
a
point
to this?
is,
Thank you.
the point is, I
Short
mean,
on
you're
time.
looking at it like Ashley Jones did something that maybe today we wouldn't do, but to put that in context, in 1956, he did what he could because he wouldn't have been able to get a loan to fix that house up, and he had another house he took really good care of. And so starting a business here was really important, and it was very difficult. It was very difficult. There was one man here who was a Dartmouth graduate who the best job he could get was selling popcorn on the street. So he went south, and he ended up being president of a college. You just can't, understand really what it was like and the obstacles that somebody had to overcome to create that candy store and to have that business. And so I just wanted to make that a little clearer to people in light of the comments.
Anyone else wanting to speak to, for, or against?
Thank you, Commission. I'm not sure what's for or against, though, in favor of the application. I would ask the Commission what the end game here is, and to consider ways in which you could help the community facilitate a resolution of this thing, which has gone on for 3 years and will likely go on for many years longer, because if you can't help us come to a resolution, there will be litigation. And that's just natural, right? That when disputes can't be resolved through consensus building and perhaps some kind of arbitration, then it devolves and we end up in the court system. And no one wants that. The community that we're representing doesn't want that. But there is a sense that there's something really important at stake other than my house is going to be devalued, or, you know, I just don't like the look of the design. There's something bigger here that I would just ask you to consider that is actually very much part of your purview. We tend to think of HDC as the place where you learn whether you can put a certain kind of window in. But I also have the sense from the chair and the vice chair and others of you that you understand there's something much bigger happening in these deliberations that you're part of when you stay up so late at night trying to protect the city. It's about not just the buildings of the past, but it's about the community now, which has to love those buildings or this whole enterprise fails. If we don't love the community, if we don't love the buildings, if we don't love the history, then there's no reason to have a historic district. It's just a loss. It's just a big cost to all of us. It's a lot of money that we're throwing away because we're not willing to look at not just what's good for me, I don't like this design, or I do, but we look at what our real history is. So I'm imploring you, and I'm asking a lot, if you could consider creating a small group of you, 2 or 3, who'd be willing to sit down with us and the other parties, the other party, the moving party, and see if we can work out something. We are not intransigent. We're not saying don't build anything, but we are asking for some kind of respect for the community that we represent. And without mentioning names, it has been 3 years of the advocate for this project being unwilling to speak with us. We've been open for negotiation for a long time. She appears in front of you and turns her back to us. And that's not lost on us, and that's a lot of our frustration. There's a deal to be done. We want to make a deal with you that benefits all of us, and we're willing to put money into it. We're willing to continue to invest in that neighborhood, but we need your help. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Please do your duty. I'm sure you will.
Anyone else wanting to speak to, for, or against?
I didn't realize I didn't do that before. Very short. The candy store, I think that we need to keep the Black history, especially Black business history around here, because we don't really have much of that anymore. I think the homes are not in keeping with our neighborhood. Plenty has been said by that. Praying Partridge Street and the immediate Marcy Street, we are smaller, simpler homes, and therefore I reject the current plan. I'm even more passionate about the one that is directly across from our house, which towers over our home and is not in keeping with the neighborhood and the more simpler homes like ours. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Is there anyone online?
Not seeing any hands raised.
Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and wait for a motion on this complicated project. Anybody brave enough?
Chair?
Yes.
I'll make the motion that we approve this project as presented with the stipulation that it involves saving the cottage.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on this? Do we want any more
Details?
information about, I mean,
I don't know.
how they save the cottage? Do we need to approve or understand the plans for the future plan for the cottage?
In other words, is somebody going to move it back to Newcastle and use it as a fisherman's
Well,
cottage again?
I guess what we need to know is if the stipulation is saving it, what does that mean? How are we going to say that, give it the okay?
Means saving the structure and moving it. That's what it means. What I said is what it means.
Preserving the structure as it is in another location?
As a building or as a history? That's
That
confusing.
sounds good.
I mean, that,
I mean, does it need to stay in Portsmouth? Does it need to be?
it's not originally from Portsmouth.
No, but its current history
Moved here when it
is,
was Howell.
The historic, the piece of the story of that cottage
Yeah.
is linked only to Portsmouth and the black family that operated it for a relatively short period of time, considering the broad sweep of history in Portsmouth, but still significantly.
Yeah, that's a significant.
So it is a Portsmouth building as far as we're concerned. I mean, the trees could have been cut in.
It wasn't built in
Magnetic,
Portsmouth.
you know.
Yeah. It wasn't built in Portsmouth.
It wasn't.
Right.
It wasn't.
okay.
What he said,
I mean,
keep it in Portsmouth, that's fine too.
Okay, I need to understand
You can make it more legal sounding.
what's okay. All right, any other discussion? Does anybody else have any?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a couple of comments.
Okay.
Then they're all pursuant to something I said before, but they're going to continue. Everybody has their stuff out. Could you look at page, the drawing numbered H41? It's the down view of the building, of the two buildings on the lot. And they're granted that they're in white and everything else has been grayed out, so we can't really look at fenestration or roof details, but these buildings are well represented. And you can see that they really stand out. They stand out more, and my argument would be that they stand out more not just because they're white and detailed, but because they're large. They're large. Let's just scale back now a little bit to H33 and use your two fingers and zoom in and look at this woman standing outside of the door of the building. And she's,
Tiny.
her shoulders at the height of what the doorknob would be on my house if that were a proportional door. Now move to page 34, and there's the man. She could have been short, but he seems like a normal-sized person. He's dwarfed by the door. I know I've gone door before, and it's going to be a little bit more here. And now, if we slide back up in the presentation, it's some great material here. There's no question. To drawing H12, and there's a view at the top of the Marcy Street, and you can see that the building that's being proposed on Marcy Street in white, and the others are in gray, and I granted that this makes those buildings stand out. But everything to the right is shorter, more, at least nearly the same height or shorter. Everything to the left, two buildings to the left, which are two very large Queen Anne homes, and you know that to be so. And they're a little bit taller. Go down to the next line of these four pannings. The two proposed buildings are taller than everything in that picture. The next one down, the two proposed buildings are taller than anything in that picture. And in the next line down, the two proposed buildings, which you only see one of, is taller than anything else in that line. So it comes to me that this is all what's driving this, I don't know. But what I see is all coming from the 8-foot door. And I know I sound like a broken record here, but the 8-foot door is 20% larger than the door to your house. Your door's probably, 6'8".
yeah.
The 8-foot door is a tall door, taller than most people go through in their dwellings. It's 20% larger, which means that the windows are also larger. The 6-foot window is about 30% larger, taller than the windows in my house, which is this two-story house. The proportional elements, those have numbers to them. When you look at the house, we don't really walk around in our minds with numbers attached to a building. So the building looks like a cute little cottage. But when you actually look at the size of the elements, actually take a dimension of the elements in it, you realize why it looks like a little cottage, and yet it's still taller than everything else on the street. And it's some little bit of it, there's no question. There's a challenge in this project because of the fact that they have to start so far off grade. I got it. But what's making this happen, what's making these buildings seem so gargantuan for the little cottages that they are, is the elements. I don't know why they get so big, but why they look like cottages to us is because the elements are larger than normal. The elements have been stretched out to greater than normal size. I'm not always going to use the word irrational, but I'm sure there's a rationality to it. But the elements have been stretched out to make these things look normal, and they're not. They're not normal buildings. Now, when one of the people in the public suggested that they live in a smaller building than the buildings proposed across the street, I don't remember the numbers, but they were significant. My thought was this might be a reasonable argument, but if you're on a larger lot, then having a larger building doesn't seem like you're overdoing things. But these cottages are monsters, and there's nothing that's going to make it go away. They're composed of elements, and I finally caught on what the architect was trying to tell me, I think, was the buildings are so big, if she put normal windows and doors in them, they would look stupid. To which I say, she's probably right. I think she's a very, very bright woman. So these are jokes. These aren't architectural drawings, they're jokes. They're tricks of the eye. These aren't going to fit in. Whether they have historic features to them or not, they aren't going to fit in. And then lastly, and last of my comments is that the majority of the windows that they're proposing to put in these buildings are all have lights of glass that are rectangles, and the rectangles are all laying horizontally. And this is Dave, probably. I can't stand that. And thank you very much for your patience.
Anybody else? Yes, I'm sorry, Larry, we're in.
Huh? It was just, I was just going to ask a question.
You can't talk now because you're an alternate, sorry.
That's true, I'm an alternate, forget it.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, nobody likes change, especially in their own neighborhood. You got this big, beautiful area, lots of big trees, and now they're proposing 2 new houses. And people, I can see, I'm being unhappy with that. More traffic, more, less of open space. But you wouldn't want another candy shop back there. You wouldn't. You wouldn't want a public building, a commercial building on that lot. So I'm looking at this. History didn't stop in 1956 for this lot. It goes back, it goes further on. There are multiple buildings throughout history. And this wasn't built here. It wasn't built by the owner. It was kind of shipped here. It was used as a commercial building. All wonderful history of the neighborhood. But like I said, I don't think this is like stop right here. 1956, you can't go any further on. I just don't see that it's definitely not an architectural, significantly architectural piece of architecture. So for that, I would like to see it kept and moved somewhere. It's still not going to be the same because it's actually, it was a small structure from Newcastle, and it's going to lose its meaning by going somewhere else. You can put a plaque on it and say this was the candy shop on Marcy Street. Only a handful of people are going to understand what that means. But like I said, I don't think history stopped in 1956, and I think it's reasonable that they'd want to build what they're proposing for this lot. I got to disagree with you, Mr. Adams. When I see this drawing, I see buildings that fit in. I see a very grand building on Marcy Street right next to it. You know, we're calling them cottages, they're homes. So for me, I can support this. They're appropriate architecturally, their style's appropriate, they support the street, they're sited well, they're scaled well. Yes, some of the doorways and some of the windows could be modified to be a little more petite than they are. So I agree, they are large. They are large. But like I said, when you boil it all down, the bottom line, there's still appropriate houses for this lot. And for that, I can support this application.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I guess I'll go. I can't support this the way it is right now. I think that the design on Prey Street is not in keeping with Prey Street. I think that too much reliance has been put on the Queen Anne as a model. It's a very unique, but it is just one building in that immediate area. So to rely so much on that design to make these cottages as fancy as they are, it doesn't work for me. Right now I am not in support of removing the candy store from its current location, just because I don't see how moving it can retain any of its history, except for putting a plaque on it, and then who will really understand it? And it is not a fancy building, no, but it is representative of what it is and the time that it was built. And we're not here just to save the fantastic mansions. Otherwise, half of the South End wouldn't exist, because the simple homes would all be gone if our only job was to save the fancy ones. So I think that there's the basis for an approvable plan here. I just don't think it's there yet.
Anybody else want to chime in? I don't know where we want to go from here. So my personal opinion on this is that I'm still very concerned with the future of the candy shop. I'm glad we have this stipulation, but I think that it's still a little bit unclear as to what saving means. I think that there needs to be a good plan in place for this very special and important piece of history here. I also think that it's unreasonable to think that this lot is going to stay blank except for this little candy shop. That's just not what's going to happen either. And again, I feel like this is not inappropriate. I feel like it's reasonable. However, could it be better? Probably. I think that it could, we didn't really spend a whole lot of time, I think, because this is such a big project and there were so many moving parts and so many people from the community, we didn't really actually spend a whole lot of time discussing the design of these buildings, other than just kind of lightly looking at them until we get, now is when we finally get a real, opinion from Mr. Adams going into depth about the design of these buildings, which it shouldn't come when we're ready to make.
I didn't get it. I'm sorry to do that. I didn't get it until I saw the dimensions of the windows. I started to check the dimensions.
It's not I'm not.
Can't help but feel that
I'm
way.
not criticizing you. I'm just saying that we haven't really had the time to spend really looking at that, I don't think. So I don't know if we can vote on this now. I'm not quite sure where we're going to go, what's going to happen. I don't know if the applicant would like to continue it, to potentially work on adjusting any of the designs. getting a little farther along with the potential plans for the candy shop before we make, a final vote on this. I'm looking for some sort of response from the applicant to see whether or not you want us to vote tonight, or you would like to continue.
If the vote is negative, do they have to reapply?
Yes.
Okay.
The client would like a vote tonight, please. Thank you.
All right. Well, then, we have a motion on the floor. I guess I'll do a roll call vote, so that it's clear. Dr. Brown?
No.
Mr.
Yeah.
Ryan? Mr. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Wykoff?
Yes.
Mr. Blaylock?
Yes.
Mr.
No.
Adams? Thanks, guys. I'm sorry, chair votes no. As it stands right now, I can't, I'm too concerned about the future of the existing building to go forward, so.
Next one.
So, final count, this is denied.
Do it.
We got 3 more. We got to keep going.
We have a lot to do.
Yes, we still have a lot to do. Can we take a very, very short break?
Yes.
Anybody needs to get some water, go to the bathroom. It's 10 o'clock and we still have
I just got here.
5 more
wrong about the 11.
applications.
I could have been wrong.
Thank you. Welcome back to the May 7th meeting of the Historic District Commission. We're going to move into our public hearings, new business. Number one is the petition of Coventry Realty LLC owner for property located at 111 State Street, wherein permission is requested to allow changes to a previously approved design, changes to windows, doors, trim, and siding as per plans on file in the Planning Department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 107 as Lot 50 and lies within the Character District 4 and Historic Districts. Who is here to present this? I don't know where Tracy went.
Maybe also using restroom rather quickly, I could assume.
Let's move on.
Okay. Let's, can I have a motion to postpone this just to the bottom of the public hearings, new business?
So moved.
Seconded?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, public hearings, new business number 2 is the petition of Richard A. and Margaret B. Palmisano, owners for property located at 172 South Street, wherein permission is requested to allow new construction to an existing structure, construct front screen porch, new patio, and parking space and overhang for the existing garage, as per plans on file in the Planning Department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 101 as Lot 66 and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts.
Good evening, Ann Whitney here as architect. The Palmisanos are also here if you have any questions for them.
Great.
First sheet just shows a site plan. This is an unusual residence on South Street in that the front door is perpendicular to the street, and there's a very steep driveway that heads down. So what we're trying to do is create a patio parking, maybe one spot, and move the retaining wall that's there now down, and then add a porch with a screen porch, and the porch will, the entry porch part would cover the stairways, and that'll become clearer when we look at the other drawings. So we'd be shifting the driveway about, a little over 4 feet, and then I'm going to be reworking the slope of that. So basically, when you come onto the property, you've got a fairly flat area, patio parking possible later, and then so that kind of gives you the overview on the site. Go to the next page. There's a couple of photos of photo on the bottom is view from across South Street, and then that's from the backyard. And you can see right now you go up a bunch of stairs and then to get to the backyard. So we're kind of currently the porch or the deck that's the entry deck is only an inch or so lower than the floor. So I'm coming down a step. So but bringing the height up on the patio parking, I can reduce the number of steps and have that be a covered entry, and then there'll be fewer steps to get to the backyard. So part of that would be an open porch, and then the rest of it would be a screen porch. It's going to get built like an open porch, but I have a screen system that would go in, screen or glazing system that'll go in behind that. Stone retaining wall, we're going to be flattening out. Right now, the grade, when you first drive in, drops down very quickly. I'm trying to smooth that grade out so when you pull onto South Street, you aren't, perched. Going to go to the next page. That shows a view from the rear of the property, the bigger elevation, rear elevation. Currently, there's, as you can see from the photograph, there's a set of existing swinging garage doors which will remain. And there's a covered over opening that is a door opening or was at one time. So we're going to be having that be a door opening. Underneath the screen porch, we're going to actually just have an opening, so they could actually pull a car in there in the wintertime or use it for storage. Because that's such a blank elevation, I'm showing a little hip roof overhang with some brackets that'll, give a little protection to the garage door and kind of break up that elevation. On the porch side, because I'm doing that, there'll be a bit of a wall behind, and then the railing height would be shorter at that point. The view, the upper one is kind of a cross-section of the actually entry porch. So you'll see that the roof is going to be overhanging and the steps will happen within that. The elevation below that is what you would see from the street. The vertical board skirting, the railing, door behind, and stepping up from the patio area and heading up the stairs there. The final sheet just shows, also going to be replacing the existing front door, which is in poor condition, with something similar, and I've got the design of it there, and then the two sizes. The one in the basement, going out to the basement, is a 32 and then a 36-inch door. When they do, we may just be building this as a porch to start with, but that's a full view interchangeable Anderson aluminum screen door from when you're in that porch. When you come up the entry porch, there's a door there that would just be a screen door. And then I've got a column design here that would be repeated throughout. Materials basically going to be matching, probably using Lifespan for instead of AZAC for the columns and trim. Most of it's above. We'll do vertical board skirting at the porch level and actually enclosing that area parallel to the driveway where it would be a storage area behind. Oh, and then on that last page again, come up with a panel system that could be put in place that you could interchange a screen or a storm panel on that, and that would be done from the inside, so you'd see the railing on the outside. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
To support this patio, you're going to build a retaining wall.
Yes.
What is that? It just says stone retaining wall. What does that mean?
I can pass this around, and you can keep one. What you're going to see from the driveway is going to be sort of more of a field stone without a cap, that type of retaining wall.
Sure.
And then under the porch, I'm actually going to be putting a frost wall in that will just come up above grade, and you can see that on that 204, and that will tuck in behind, and so that retaining wall is going to come and wrap against.
Sure.
And the frost wall will get higher where that connection happens.
You have vertical siding on the support wall to the porch.
Yep.
The driveway side, anyway. Vertical board, is that really going to use wood there?
Yeah.
That's your intent?
Yeah.
So there's not going to be you're not going to continue the concrete wall?
Actually, the concrete wall is going to continue. Let's see. Let's go to the 3 and 4. It will continue with actually, if you look at the cross section, there'll be a little bit of an L, but we'll just paint that black, and then so the skirting will be continuous on the outside when you look at it from the street. but it'll get painted black, so you won't see the fact that there's a concrete wall behind that.
So we're going to lose the hood over the door?
Yes. I looked at a bunch of different ways, but I've thought because of it seems simpler. I was trying to do a peaked roof or have it step back, but it just seemed, when you look at that first elevation, it seemed simpler to do it just as a simple shed roof line, that the porch, and then it also allowed those steps to be covered. And then we'd be guttering that front elevation and drop it down onto the driveway, which slopes off to the
Oh,
side.
so this is a gutter that I'm looking at?
Actually, I didn't show the gutter on that elevation, but I'm planning to be guttering that. Did I show it on the? Yeah, I showed it on the section, but not on the, yeah.
Did you, I don't know to what extent, but I'm concerned about the fact that this porch shed roof is going to rise up and clip into the foot of the dormer, the gable dormer.
A little bit, but I did measure that. In my measuring, because the existing roof overhangs are pretty big.
Uh-huh.
I think you can see that in that that second sheet. That's sort of a dashed line. And so if I go back to that inside porch elevation, you can see the relationship between the window. I've got about at least 6 inches down where that roof is going to come into that dormer.
Well, the shed dormers have fairly significant feet to them instead of the old style of the window setting right on the roof. So I got that.
Yeah.
The drawing that you've got on 2 of 4 shows the shed roof in elevation as a straight line, but in truth, it's not, because it creeps
Oh, you're
up
right.
on the roof on either
Yeah,
side.
that's going to be up a little bit. That's a mistake on my drawing.
And so
It'll be a little higher on the, it'll be a little higher on either side of the dormer.
So the question, I guess, is, I'm a little bothered by that. I mean, I know if you were doing this from scratch, you wouldn't do that. So my question is, could you repitch that shed roof a little bit so that it wouldn't have to
It's still a pretty
leg
low
around it?
pitch.
It's 3 and 12, you said.
Yeah, actually, if you look at 3 of 4 and the rear elevation, you can see that is going to be maybe a 3-inch. You've got the dormer, and then the shed roof's going to go beyond the dormer. It's only going to be about 3 inches higher, so I think it's going to have a minimal impact.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Concerns? I will just say that I am concerned about the loss of the hood over the front door, and really the whole facade of this building is having a big change, and it's not, I mean, you're really changing the facade of this 1930s house. I don't know if you looked at even just having sort of an open deck in the front so you didn't have to put a roof.
Then we've got this funny little, it's sort of an undersized, the existing, I looked at maybe doing a bigger gable that would, announce that, but then that gets really into complicated.
I'm talking about not having a roof, not adding a roof, having like an open deck, like
An open
porch.
deck.
Yeah.
But then you're not really going to have any protection. You're just going to be, have the gutter there.
Like, I mean, yes, essentially it wouldn't change the facade. You would just have, you'd
have the porch.
The porch and the, the structure for.
Yeah, but
storage
the intent was to actually have some protection. What partly was to create a space that wasn't so precarious, coming in and into that, and also to have a porch that's covered, because that's a really wet space right now, even with that little roof over it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just concerned about basically totally messing up the facade of the building. Also, I love the concrete block and how it's.
The what?
The
Oh, the existing
molded
foundation
the
concrete
molded
wall?
concrete block foundation, yeah. Yes,
You're still going to see that on
on the backside.
on the entry patio side.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Ryan?
Yeah, I too have a little bit of a problem with everything moving to the right. You know, it got very heavy on the right. I know you have a little parking spot there, but I'm sure at one point in time you thought about just carrying that all the way over so you maintain the symmetry of the front facade?
Not really, because they really wanted, part of the intent was to create, the thing with this house is there's no real outdoor space. Even on the backside, it all just drops away. And so the intent originally was to create this patio, possible parking space, and then have a better porch, and then a more protected entry.
Yeah, but this way you have much bigger porch.
What's that?
This way
Yeah, but you
a
don't
much
have,
bigger
you don't have the
porch.
parking space or the patio or the living space that's outside that's not under a roof.
Yeah, it's struggle with it a little bit. It's just the way that porch ends. It's
I think
sort
when
of
you-
truncated, you know.
I think when you look at it from that view from South Street, I don't think it would seem that way, because when I'm showing you this right side elevation, it's if like you're standing, in the middle of the next door neighbor's property and looking at it. But in reality, you're going to be looking at it from this angle, because
Understood.
because it's turned 90 degrees to the street.
Understood. And to me, it doesn't bother me that the porch roof engages the dormer a little bit.
Yeah.
That it's slightly notched. To me, it looks like it blends in a little
That would
better.
blend in, yeah. And then we'd also be carrying the rail, because I need 30, anything more than 30 inches. I felt that helped to balance it out. The handrail will run along the top of the wall and stop right about where we have a 30-inch drop, so you can meet code for that.
Mhm.
Even though the patio is that dash line down a little bit lower on the inside of that.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm struggling with the asymmetry of this. I mean, it's not the buildings have to be 100% symmetrical. It's just, this feels like it throws the whole balance of the building off. And even if you're never going to look at it directly straight on, I am struggling with this.
I think, this is going to be pulling out. We're going to be, about 13 feet out from the face of the existing building. Yeah, the asymmetry, it's funny, it doesn't bother me. I feel like it feels more balanced, because right now, you've got this thing that's just dropping off, as you go down the driveway. And by pulling that out and creating this mass for the patio, and then it matches the width of that. It's actually a little bit bigger than the depth of the shed, that kind of makes it work.
And to me, the skirting, it just makes the whole thing more massive on the right-hand side than it already is. But I think it's that shed roof that, going partway across the building that I think really throws me. But I don't have a solution to suggest, so.
Yes, John.
I think I can see what the problem with the other commissioners are. But when you have drawn this, you don't have your patio parking fence going completely over to the newel post going up the stairs, but.
Oh, I do, but I just, I wanted to be able to show the stairs, and I just stopped putting the balusters in.
It's too bad, because if you put those balusters in, then all of a sudden that would balance out, some of the problems that people are
Yeah, that's
having.
what I was thinking, but what I was trying to show was
I
what was
understand.
happening.
I
So they
understand.
will be there,
And
but
I wonder if you've taken the carpenter easy way out of doing the shed roof instead of putting hips on the ends of the shed roof. If you would put hips on the ends of the shed roof at the same 312 pitch, that it would really solve a lot of the awkwardness of that roof.
It would certainly lighten it. I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
Might create
I
other
could
problems,
discuss
too.
that.
I mean, it's easier to just, put all the rafters in exactly the same and
Oh, no, I wasn't doing it for the
Throw the
ease. I was
plywood
thinking
on.
more that I felt like it needed the mass of it. I kind of like,
it has a lot of mass.
I like the mass of it, but you obviously, guys are not agreeing with that. But can I just show them, I just sketched this on the plan, show the client that, just for 1 second.
Sure.
1 second.
Sure, Larry.
Okay, I like what John and Dave both said on that. And I think one of the things I notice is, as I think Dave was the one that mentioned it, that dormered roof engages shed dormer. And either you solve it by making porch narrower and keep the 312 pitch, or you solve it by making it a 212 pitch. But also what John said with the hip roof, I just kind of laid my pen across the diagram at the same angle as the dormer's roof, and that does make it look a whole lot lighter in terms of volume.
Okay.
The porch addition was trying to create also an outdoor room on the property because there's very little access to the property, and I don't think we want to make that much smaller, but they are amenable to hipping this roof.
Hipping it. Yeah, I think it's a nice space too. I can see why, the owners want to do this. They need to have a space, a flat space that they can sit out on.
Can I ask, did you think about putting the porch off of the side to the rear of the property?
No.
We kind of did, but you've got that garage there, and they really, we talked about it a little bit, but it just, I don't know, I felt like it really kind of settled this house down that feels like it's sort of perched on a steep hillside. I didn't have the same reaction you did in terms of the proportions. And we played around with several different
Yeah, I'm not-
iterations of the roof line, yeah.
I'm not concerned about the proportions. I'm concerned about totally messing up the facade of the house, which is the face facade of the house, which seems like it should be kept. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to keep this moving right along. So are there anyone from the public to speak to, for, or against this? Anyone online? All right. Unless there,
I want to say, sorry.
please just come up to the,
My name is Rich Palmisano, and I am a co-owner with my wife Peggy. We wanted to do this to create some outdoor space for ourselves, because it is a hassle right now to go outside and use the property. We're amenable to the changing to a hip roof. In fact, Peggy had that as an idea at one point. We didn't push it, but we think, I hear your concern about being a big addition to the side of the house, but to us, by moving the driveway over a little bit and having that front patio space and the deck and the easier way to get up into the house, it creates a better entrance to the house, not grander, just more comfortable. And we think it fits nicely on the house.
thank you.
I'd like to do it.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. And wait for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with the stipulation of the hip roof change on the porch.
I'll second.
Need some findings of fact.
Yes, it preserves the integrity of the district and is consistent with the special and defining character of the surrounding properties.
Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
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 I'm opposed. Chair's opposed. It still passes. Thank you. All right. I see that the applicants for Coventry Realty are here, but just so you know, we moved it to the bottom of just the public hearing, so we just have one more to go, which is the petition of Anthony J. Scalaro Trust, owner for property located at 279 Marcy Street, unit number 3, wherein permission is requested to allow exterior renovations to an existing structure, replace windows on the second floor of the structure, as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 103 as Lot 45-3 and lies within the General Residence B and Historic Districts.
Hi, thank you for your time. Yeah, so this is second.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
floor-
can you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Tony Scalaro, owner of 279 Marcy Street in Portsmouth.
Welcome.
Thanks. So this is the second floor of a 3-unit condo building across from the Meeting House in Portsmouth on Marcy, and looking to replace the 8 windows that are pretty aged at this point and difficult to open and close. I did speak with Isaac, who's very helpful about proceeding with Marvin Elevate windows, which are stone white on the exterior. I think it's an Ultrex fiberglass. I believe, to my knowledge, the other units they're not wood; they're other materials at this point. The building was from 1820.
Are there any questions?
Where are the other, you have 5 of them outlined, where are the other 3?
So there's 5 in the front.
In the front.
There should be in the pictures there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 on the alley.
Okay,
Okay,
that's,
that's 7, and then there's 1 by the laundry room, right there.
Okay.
So it'd be the same grid pattern for all of
Okay.
them.
There appear to be 5 or 6 windows on the right-hand side of the building as we look at it on the second floor also. Are they,
Okay, that's the front, and I'm sorry, where did you mean?
yeah, if you, I don't know how the page number works here. When I look at the page with the historic survey rating
Oh,
on
okay,
it,
sure.
I see, you can see that there's some number of windows there. Are any of those being changed?
Yeah, no, just the 2 on the side there, and the ones behind that are a different unit. I think they're fairly updated, but I'm not sure.
Do you happen to know do we know, are these the same that match the other, the Marvin Elevates, what matches some of the windows in the other units?
That I'm not sure of.
I mean, I own the third floor is also part of my unit. And I believe those are Anderson. I don't know whether it's the 400 series.
Okay. Is there a reason that you didn't continue with the same?
Yeah, a couple of reasons. One is the interior on these, the wood is a pre-painted white black pine, and the other ones did not have that, and that's what I have currently now is black pine wood on the inside. The other thing is the ease with which to open these windows to wash is a lot better than the Andersons now. There's a number of utility wires coming across here, and anytime last summer when we had it painted, we had to get a flagger. Very difficult because we're on a busy road. So I literally can't clean the windows as they are right now, so this would help that a lot.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes?
I'm not seeing half screens here. I'm seeing, what appears to be full screen.
So
You mean
generally
you mean the pictures of the specs, you mean? In other words,
Yes.
yeah, it's got an arrow, but it will be the same top and bottom grid pattern.
So, what he's asking for, so these generally come with a full screen on the exterior, but we will ask for a half screen.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay, I can
as long as-
specify that.
Okay. And yeah, I wanted to just confirm that everything will match, so it will be 6/6, except for that one small window, which will be the 4/4.
Correct.
Like it is currently.
Yeah, it's a laundry room. Right. So just you're saying a half aluminum screen?
Yes.
He's got 6/1.
Well,
Is that right?
that's, we're gonna, he's saying that it is going to be 6/6 to match
And the 4/4 on
the little one. So,
Gotcha.
so that is what he is presenting for this application. Any other questions? Any knowledge of the age of the windows that you're replacing?
I don't know. I want to say the building was condoed. There was a general store there years ago, and the condominium took place in '99. So I'm thinking they're 25 plus years or more.
I believe they were swapped out in 78.
Yeah.
78?
I was working in a building across the street at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'll open up to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to speak to, for, or against? Anyone online? Okay, seeing no one rise, I will close the public hearing and wait for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with the stipulations that there be half screens and that the grid pattern is 6/6 with the exception of the one 4/4.
I'll second.
In supporting this, I would say it's a conservation and enhancement of property values and compatibility of innovative technologies with the surrounding properties.
All right, any other discussion? Great, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we're going to go back up to public hearing number 1, the petition of Coventry Realty LLC, owner for property located at 111 State Street, wherein permission is requested to allow changes to a previously approved design, changes to windows, doors, trim, and siding, as per plan on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 107 as Lot 50 and lies within the Character District 4 and Historic Districts.
Hello again, Tracy Kozak, Arcove Architects. So we're back after a work session or administrative approval earlier. A lot of the comments made earlier were rectified or are in the process of being rectified, and those are listed on the front page. I think the biggest item of concern were the sliding storefront windows on State Street. Those will be removed and replaced with what was approved. The transom window over the single door on State Street has already been rectified and fixed. A brick mold was scribed to the existing radius of the bricks, and gaps were filled, and it was fit to match the radius. The other things that are in the process of being fixed and remedied to match the compliance review are the various trim pieces, the crown moldings and the frieze boards on the back, and the vertical trim board on the back being Shape Street. So that leaves a few things which we are asking your agreement for, permission for, to keep some deviations that exist, and those are highlighted on these 4 pages. On the upper left is as built, the lower left was what was approved. So the dormers, when the roof was restructured and rebuilt, there was new roofing put on and the trim was replaced. They put different trim back on the dormer windows. The horizontal band that goes along the base of the pediment, so to speak, is wider than the original, and the windows are a little bit smaller. We're asking your permission to approve as built. The reason it's, as you know, very difficult to build those old dormers because the window frame extends to the outside edge of the framed wall, and with current building codes, we have to insulate the walls now. It's a tough trick to pull off. We're asking permission for those dormers. On the bottom is the front door to the restaurant, and as previously approved, the side lights had solid wood panels, and as built, they're glass side lights. We're asking permission for that. We believe as a restaurant it helps improve visibility for patrons to see people coming and going. It's a single door. It's not a double door, so it just helps have a little bit of visibility to see if someone's coming at you, going to open the door in your face. That's it for that page. On the back, this is Sheaf Street. The upper left is proposed and as built, and the photos on the right are as built. The windows in the shed dormer on the upper left, Vincent had said, oh, they're smaller. The windows are exactly the same as approved, but what did change is that the wall they're installed in is further closer to the street by 4 inches, which brings where it meets that shed roof further down because the shed roof is sloped. So it gives you a little bit more wall below the windows. It makes the windows look smaller. That was done for structural practicality reasons. The beam holding up the wall, there's a stairwell behind there, so bringing the beam inbound of the stair to support the wall was creating a conflict with clearance required for egress at the stair, so they pushed the wall out 4 inches and it made it look like that. There are 2 little windows in the valley between the 2 gables, which are bigger than shown previously. I wasn't sure how they were going to flash it in so tightly, but they did. It provides light, much needed daylight to the rooms behind it. We're asking that those be approved. And the last one, I believe this is the last page, no, not yet. There's a service door kind of tucked between the dumpster and that vertical trim board, which had previously been shown as a 6-panel door. It's essentially a flat panel door with 2 lights at the top. That's the back kitchen door. That's where all the trash comes in and out. It's kind of set back behind that left gable a couple of feet and between the dumpster enclosure. We'd like to keep that if possible. It's a steel door. It's something that will withstand all the traffic of the trash going in and out. And then on the last page is the Chapel Street. The door, interestingly enough, as approved was different than as original. So as built is the photo on the bottom right, and on the bottom left is the original photo. So they both have a 4-light transom, even though what was approved was 5 lights. I think that was just a mistake. So they built the transom lights as they originally were, but what has changed is there had previously been a wide piece of trim above the transom lights, and now that trim piece is thinner. And then on the upper drawing, we have a little side porch to the right on the corner of Sheaf and Chapel Street. Those had previously had 1 vision panel, now they have 2. The door on the right had previously been approved as 3 feet 0, and it is built as 3 feet 6 to facilitate moving restaurant equipment in and out of the door. Those are our requests. We hope that by changing all the other things that were found, that these will be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I actually have a slightly unrelated question. When I walked around the property, the exhaust that's fan that's above the dumpster, the really big thing, is that approved separately from the original drawings? Because it doesn't show on the original drawing, and it's pretty sightly.
We did not have any wall-mounted fans in our application. I know there is a limit to size for what is an exempted wall-mounted fan, but I did not
Could you
take notice
could you
of
go
that.
up so that we're looking at the Sheaf Street? And could you zoom in on the right-hand side above the dumpster?
I'm also not sure if that was existing. So this has been a restaurant for many, many years.
Yeah, so that very large, underneath the gooseneck fixture, there's a very, very large exhaust thing that didn't show in any of the drawings.
Yeah, I am not sure about that. I would need to measure it and go back to the original drawings to see if it falls under an exemption, but that was not part of our application.
And just to be clear, in the things that you are changing, on the State Street side, the storefront windows on the right-hand side, those are being changed from the horizontal to...
Yes, yep. One thing I didn't mention on here, the siding, Vincent Hayes called out that the siding had a rougher texture than approved. This is hardy plank siding, which they have the rough cedar. This is not that. They have a smooth board, which has a wood grain on one side and smooth on the other. They installed this with the wood grain facing out, but it is the smooth kind. So I think it was a little bit of a misunderstanding when they installed it, but it's not the rough, really rustic. Nevertheless, it's not perfectly smooth either. So we're hoping that is okay. There is one house across the street with a real wood siding with a kind of transparent orangey stained finish, and that is very rough texture. The painted boards across the street vary in terms of size and texture. Most of them are pretty smooth except for the orange one, which is rough.
Anybody else? Yes, John?
I just kind of like to know what that thing is. I've never seen a vent like that. And obviously, they just stuck it in there because there's a couple clapboards altered and such, and it's only just a couple inches from the light fixture. I don't know if you can zoom in on that. You're getting closer.
Might have to investigate that a little bit more, see what happened.
Yeah, it's like...
It's like it's from Star Wars.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a rocket engine sticking out of the building with
So there's the black gooseneck light, and then you're right, 4 inches below that is it's an exhaust fan of
It's
some
like
sort.
they're dueling contractors
It's very
here.
shiny.
I don't know what we
Again,
can do.
there. I don't remember offhand. There is an exemption in the ordinance for wall fans, but there is a limit to the size. So we could measure this and see if it is in compliance or not.
I mean, I'm in support of keeping the minor alterations that you don't want to alter again. I'm a little disappointed in the trim of the Chapel Street door because it's neither the previously approved and it's not as lovely as the original. So if there were a way to change that upper trim, I don't think it's a huge expense to put another piece of trim up there. But it was brought to our attention the visibility of the AC condensers, the mini split condensers on the top, and they don't show in these vignettes. So can you tell us why those are as visible as we didn't expect them to be?
They were previously approved. The drawings here, we had several iterations of incremental changes to the design. So these drawings show a point in time. There are drawings on record approved with the rooftop equipment. It's installed where it was approved. Shanti and the inspections department came out, went on the roof and verified that in the field, and they signed off on it as matching what was approved.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions? No? Yeah?
I think all the other, the other changes are permittable. But I would ask that the door on Shave Street be changed out to something more traditional. I think that's a pretty easy change out.
Do you mean the metal door?
Yeah, the service door. My sense is that that unit has a cap over it. We're not seeing the cap, but yeah, it's going to interfere with the lamp in the long run, I got to think. But other than that, I think everything's acceptable.
Any other questions, concerns? All right, then I will move to the public. If anybody from the public wishes to speak to, for, or against this project, please come forward. Nobody here, nobody online. All right, I'm going to, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'd like to have a motion.
I make a motion that we approve as presented with the stipulation of the changes that they can do and our acceptance of the changes that they can't change.
There were a couple.
Couple stipulations on the door in Chapel Street.
Mhm.
That be adjusted to something more traditional
Thicker header.
on
Shave Street.
Sheaf Street, yep.
Well, on Chapel Street,
The
a
trim.
thicker header, and then on Sheaf Street, a more appropriate
Yep.
is utility door. Are we missing anything? Any other conversations? Okay, all right.
The vent's going to be looked into.
Yes, we're gonna look into the vent.
I'll second.
Yep.
Thank you. I need some purpose and intent.
Complement and enhance the architectural and historic character.
And
And then consistent with special and defining characters of surrounding properties.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll remain opposed.
Chair
4
vote-
acres of textured siding just is too much to swallow because it's a whoops.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. All right. Okay. Now we have 2 work sessions. We can go down to the table. Work session, new business A is the work session requested by Lauren Chick. Revocable, sorry, say it? Lorenick. Revocable Trust owner for property located at 209 Marcy Street. Grant permission is requested to allow new construction to an existing structure, construct full second floor addition with new 1-story front and side additions,
Watch Monday night because I was here.
as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 103 as Lot 2 and lies within the general residence B and historic districts.
Madam Chairman, I was a butter noticed on this project.
That's okay. I mean, unless,
You want one more?
What's that?
be able to stay.
Yeah.
if you're a butter notice, does that mean you're,
I should not be voting on it.
Cup of coffee.
He's recusing.
I always thought it was a direct abutter, but
Were you?
No, the
I
building's
got
sold
a
3 years.
stamp
now.
notice from the city.
it's up to you if you
Moved
feel like
down,
you're too
you know,
close
Dave
to this
Whittle.
one.
Was it a
Yeah, I'm
certified
sharing
mail
space
or
with
regular?
him On
I'm
Islington.
pretty sure it was certified mail.
Gallagher's
That means
place
you're a
there,
director,
801.
so you should,
Yeah, he always
on the
had a
safe
couple
side,
extra
probably
offices
should.
that he'd rent out. And the day I got my notice, I bumped into him at lunch and we went, all right, this'll work. No, it was good because it was my big downsize before retiring already happened.
But they didn't listen.
Good evening. Ann Whitney, representing the client. This is just because it's a work session, I just started to get the site plan together. Basically, it's the one-story residence with a little one-story addition. We're proposing a side and front addition, and basically taking the roof off and turning it into a full two-story colonial. Second page sort of shows the tax map and sort of the context, and then some photos that basically this little one-story is kind of an anomaly on the street of two-story colonials. Fortunately, it's set back from the street quite a bit, which is also makes it unusual. And from the side, almost all the buildings are really tight to the street. Third page gives a closer up view of what's there existing now. And on the drawing, I'm showing where that existing roof line is basically. There's a little bit of a chimney sticking up. So we're basically thinking of bringing this up into a full two-story. I looked at maybe keeping it more cottagey, but the existing peak of the existing cape is so low that, we would have had to take the whole roof off anyway. So I think it feels better as bringing this up to a full two-story colonial. As you see on the left side, there are two kind of, on either side of the window, they're kind of ganged double windows with a space between, and I'm going to be, where the addition is, that'll just get redone, and then kind of separating those like you would on a more traditional. A little plan sketch down below, this house had a very weird stair arrangement, that non-conforming kind of winder that came into the living space. And so on that porch space, I'm jogging it in 24 inches into the porch in order to be able to straighten that stair and have it come down straight right now. It's and that would give me the room to be able to get a door in and have access around that stairway. I can see you're probably going to want me to extend that porch the whole length of the which could be done easily. Even with that little bump out, we would just continue down. So I don't know whether that's something you'd have a concern with.
What is that bump out? Why is it there?
What bump out?
From the front?
On the front?
Yeah.
The addition?
Yes.
Of the house?
On the, the bump out.
Entryway. It's just straight.
On that entryway, it doesn't exist now. The stair right now comes down in the house, and then it's got these really strange bunch of winders, and then it goes into the living room, and it's just not very safe. And if we're going to be making these changes, I thought if we are going to creating a porch over this, then I could bump the entry door into the porch space a couple of feet.
So it's going to be like a mud room or something too?
Are you talking about on the side addition?
Yes.
The side addition, yeah, I'll talk about that when we get around the corner. Should I go to that next drawing then?
Well, the thing I was going to say about the front addition, if you don't have that, you've got a very classic colonial with 5/5 on the windows.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the door's there, but so 5/4 with the door centered.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, it's set back from the street. Why can't you just take the stairs straight in and not have that porch?
Not have the exterior stairs?
No, not have that. Not have this thing.
Well, they'd like
have
to.
the stairs go straight in, and then just you got a very classic colonial.
Because the driveway's down here, and there's a walkway that runs along the side of the house that comes up, and currently if you look at that picture down below, the stairs come in So if I was to extend this porch, have the addition but extend the porch, then the stairs would be at the end there, and they'd have more of a porch. Does that make sense? So you can't, there's not enough room to have the stairs come straight down, because you need a landing. And then the walkway is already established that comes up along the side of the property. Actually, if you go to the next page, you can see that. 4 or 5, there's a photograph of the existing front landing and steps. So the existing landscaping runs with a walkway to that stairway.
Okay.
On the Gate Street elevation, that one-story hip, we'll have right now where that dash line is, there's the doorway with a little cover over it. It comes right into the kitchen, makes it a little awkward, so we're adding this addition to create a little bit of mudroom space with a little bit of a porch to get under cover. And then that, on the left-hand side of that, shows the addition in the living space to make that first floor room bigger. The rear elevation currently, as you can see, has a big dormer running the full length, and that would come off again with bringing this up to a full 2-story. Kitchen windows would remain the same, be adding new windows on the second floor, and sort of combination of bathrooms and closet on that back end. That's why I have these smaller casements on that, which is not a super visible elevation. On the right-hand side is the existing 1-story, and then there's a door now in that location. I'm just shifting it a little bit to the right. So I'm thinking in terms of, we'll be doing clapboard and a simple, minimal rake that it would overhang and then run a gutter between the overhang. I could get into more kind of detail like that, but for this work session, I wanted to get a sense of the massing and what I'm trying to do here.
Any questions?
Just comment. I feel like what you're doing to this house is more appropriate for the neighborhood than what it is now. So,
Yeah.
I think it's a terrific addition to this 1950s home. So.
What's your feeling on, because here I am doing another asymmetrical addition with the porch.
By that, but,
I kind of like it, and
I
I
think you
prefer to
have
have the light on those windows, in that den area there, and not have to extend that over.
I think you get some license with this one.
Was that?
I think you get license.
Oh, okay.
And you did with the other one too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to express an opposite opinion with regard to the presence of a 1950s cape in the historic district. We've spent a lot of time this evening talking about historic context, and we've talked about how history doesn't stop at any one particular time. This building, built in 1950, is now considered historic, and it shows that this neighborhood changed over time. It wasn't all built between 1740 and 1850 and then stopped. It kept going and kept changing. And to change this building to a modern replica colonial, because there happened to be other ones in the neighborhood. If this were brand new and this was an empty lot and you were building this, I would say, yeah, it's fine. But to remove this piece of history from this area, I think we really need to think about it. And the other reason I think we need to think about it is that there are not many in the historic district. All of the majority of the 1950s buildings exist outside the historic district, right? And Portsmouth is changing, and a lot of those buildings are being torn down, and people are putting up larger buildings. So it is possible that in 100 years, this building inside this envelope will be one of the few left. And if we allow it to be changed, what are they going to think about us that we allowed that to be destroyed, and now, the other ones that were outside the district were not protected, and they're gone or they've changed.
But is it something that really, it's so out of context with this district, is, just because it was there, things shouldn't be changed?
But is it?
If I could pull it off to get some more headroom in the second floor, then I'd do it without taking the roof entirely off. But
it's not out of context. It's out of context if you think the only thing the historic district exists for is anything built from 17 whatever to
I've worked on lots of other
18.
buildings that are, yeah.
Yeah. So we need to start thinking about these more modern buildings as being points in time that 100 years from now, Portsmouth will still be here. We won't. And there'll be a historic district commission will be sitting here saying, thank goodness we didn't remove these at the time innocuous elements of the district. I'm just putting this out as what is our purpose? Our purpose is to protect history. When does history stop? History was yesterday. And I think we need to take a pause and just not assume that anything that wasn't built before 1900 should just be allowed to be changed. And so I want to say that.
I agree 100%. And I was looking at this wondering why you didn't just apply for a demolition permit, because it's completely changing everything that is here.
Actually,
except for the footprint.
interior-wise, it really isn't, except for the second floor. There's some changes in the kitchen and on that back elevation, but a lot of...
So rather than just rebutting every single little thing, just let me finish. You're adding a bump out to the front, you're adding an entire second floor, you're adding a thing on the side, you're totally rearranging the windows, the backside isn't, it's just, it's a brand new house. It's not anything that resembles what's here before. And I'm looking, I looked at the 1980s survey. This is not a particularly nice 1950s Cape. I'm not saying that this is like the thing that has to be saved to represent the 1950s in our historic district. But I do take some, umbrage in just completely changing it just because it's a 1950s building that the form doesn't really fit in very well. Obviously, there was very likely an older house here that this little thing replaced. But to build this, as you say, phony colony structure that is kind of mimicking what's around it, but not because it's got a weird off-centered porch. This is a really important corner. This is like dead center right in the south end, and I think that it deserves more than just kind of a generic colonialization of, creating a two-story house. I'm not trying to diminish your designs at all. I just think that it deserves a little bit more than just making something that kind of fits in. I would love to see the Cape form brought forward. Like you said, you'd have to take off the whole roof, but what if you could raise it up and dormer it out so it's still a cape, but get more space out of that second floor.
It'd be the same thing, you're taking the funny thing about it is the actual footprint of this is very typical for a two-story colonial. You
Sure,
know,
it's just a rectangle.
25 by, what I can't
40.
not quite 40. But yeah, you could do that. But it would still mean the same amount of work, and you would be bringing the dormer in. We'd have to raise the ridge because the ridge is, only less than 8 feet in order to make dormers work. You're sort of going to be recreating. It's sort of the same as what I'm doing here. It's just not going to be a colonial. It's going to be a new cape with a dormer. And
It's not really a cape now, I don't think.
No, it's
No.
actually, technically, it's called a minimal traditional.
yeah. And actually, the building, the addition that was put on, I don't know when, but it was definitely after the main. It was actually quite a nice space, so I'm sort of matching the roof pitch on that to the roof pitch on the, keeping the heights down, so it's related to, usually when you do a modern colonial, they don't look right because the wall heights on the second floor are too high, and the window proportions are, so I'm working within what I've done on lots of other capes not capes, colonials, that the proportions are going to be working on that. And I would putting more detail, in terms of, moldings and, I wanted to get enough on the drawings for the work session to make it readable, but yeah, there's going to be some more design work involved with that. I don't know whether the other consensus in terms of.
Well, I would just like to say, there's one thing, saving a building like this. To equate this to, for instance, what happened to a lot of Victorian homes, I just don't feel that it's a fair comparison. Homes that were, built with a lot of detail and still destroyed 40 or 50 or 60 years ago. To equate this to that, I mean, this is almost a military barracks when I mean, I worked on this house in 1972 or something.
Did you do the addition?
Huh? No, I didn't do the addition. I think I did the kitchen. I don't remember what I did in this house, but I worked in it for a lot.
Yeah.
I was there a lot because the man who lived in Gate Street he owned it. It was very similar to something that was built for public housing. Without, I'm sorry if I'm detrimental and, people don't understand what I'm saying, but it was not anything, and it's really not much now as far as style goes. So I agree that it could be changed. I would tend to think it's not that big of a deal to rip the roof off and reframe it with dormers. You get a crew in there, they're going to do it in a week.
Yeah, well, whether it's a
If they know what
two-story
they're
or a
doing.
roof or a dormered roof, it's not that different. You're just going to have some
No,
cheap
but
walls.
still, even as a dormered cape, it's changed.
Yes.
So there goes that argument. So,
I think there's a big difference between a dormered cape and a colonial.
Well,
there is. Yeah. So I guess maybe I would prefer to see a dormered cape.
we spent a lot of time earlier tonight, actually an excessive amount of time, on the lot of the candy store, and the neighbors saying proposed designs didn't fit in, and they didn't get approved. So the question I would propose is, if this was a vacant lot, would this be an approved design? And I would hesitate to say the answer would be no. Meaning, what's there now, not what you're proposing.
I see what you're saying.
But what you're proposing is something that would be more appropriate for the neighborhood, and I think one of you two said that. I forget which.
We're interchangeable.
Yeah, I have an evil twin. Anyway, they didn't get approved because the designs didn't fit in with what was surrounding the area. They were close, but they didn't quite fit in the mass. So, what's there now? If this was a vacant lot, what's there now? That design would not be approved because it doesn't fit in following the same logic. And what you've done, at least, does fit in to copycat what one of these guys says, but here goes my short memory. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't have a porch on the front, I probably wouldn't have the extension on the side. But whether you do that or a dormered cape, either or would be more likely to fit in. If you start with let's just say it's a vacant lot. It's not, but let's just say it is. A dormered cape or your design as it stands would be more likely to be approved than the current house that's there.
Right.
And that's what, so I do support the direction you're going. I also support if you did it as a dormer cape. But
the other thing, it's funny, but there's some beautiful landscaping on, in terms of keeping that footprint and working up of it. The backyard is just beautifully done with gardens and walkways and, so keeping within this footprint and trying to just go vertically seemed to make the most sense. And the places where the house sort of needed some relief was, not coming, the mudroom is really kind of critical, and then making this, this bump out on the front side just really took the pressure off, having a kitchen and some living space on that end of the house. It's only 6.5 feet deep, so.
I don't, I'm looking at this, and so our mission is to save 1950s architecture that looks like this.
That wasn't, there are buildings on Prey Street.
This was wrong in 1950. This is closer to what should have been in 1950. I'm just saying. Its massing is correct, the language is correct, the scale is correct.
So our
what
mission-
is correct? Yeah.
To the environment, to the surrounding properties.
I'm just saying that.
Don't go down the rabbit hole.
This
is slippery slope here.
I think this is a work session, and it's really, really late at night, and I'm just saying that I think we should consider that we don't just save the beautiful structures, and some of the structures on Prey Street, and there are some structures in the South End that are as simple and plain as that. They're just older. And they were built differently. They were probably built better because that's the way things were built at the time.
Well, even
But
if
this
they
is
look
the way
good,
it was
they're
built.
often not built better. Having renovated many of them, once we start taking them apart, it's a complete nightmare.
Yeah.
Three different timber
So
frames.
saying that you're going to throw something out because it wasn't well built, or
Not
so-
throwing it out, actually keeping the siding, because I think the siding is pretty good. And the gift that we have a bit is that it is set back from the street, so it allows for some things to come forward, whether it's a full-length porch or the way I've shown it.
My mother had her beautiful raised cape that looked just this size from the front.
Oh, this-
But, with just this much extra knee wall at the top and a dormer in the back, it looked almost exactly the same size. And she had a full second story.
You're going to have to recuse yourself.
As someone said, we manage change here.
That's true.
We manage change.
That's true.
Enough for tonight.
Is that,
Yeah, a mix.
you've gotten a mix of
Yeah, a
feedback?
mix.
Yes.
A mix of feedback.
Not quite the enthusiasm that you might have expected.
No, not necessarily. I think that it's always, change is always hard.
we're more enthusiastic earlier.
Yes, it's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
We're-
fades after
we're-
11, yes.
We're sinking rapidly into being zombies, so,
that's good.
Yeah,
Very
no,
good.
yeah,
that's fine.
apologize for,
Yeah, that's fine.
the late night.
I'm going on that direction myself.
It's hard to
you, Ann.
predict 100 years from now what we should have saved, but I can't believe we're going to say 100 years from now
Right.
that we should have saved that one.
And so,
I'll just say that it is considered a contributing resource to our National Register District.
even, yeah,
Don't go down
a
that
barrack
rabbit
style.
I think
Just saying what's on paper.
I'm going to make a
on
motion
paper.
to continue the work session, or do you want to go to something else?
Well, actually, we were thinking, just because scheduling, I was thinking of doing a public hearing in August, so that leaves June and July for maybe another work session.
Okay, so we'll continue for another work session.
Yeah,
Okay.
Can I get a second?
Second.
yeah, and I'm not sure it will be this.
Doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it doesn't have to
Whenever,
be. I
just
just
to-
let
okay.
him know. Okay, perfect.
All in favor?
I,
Right, great, thank you.
Thank you. All right.
We did that fast.
All right. The last one is work session requested by Frank V. and Regina Azzolino, owners for property located at 11 Sheaf Street, wherein permission is requested to allow exterior renovations to an existing structure, replace windows, and new construction to an existing structure, construct new rear garage and covered entry, as per plans on file in the planning department. Said property is shown on Assessment Map 107 as Lot 14 and lies within the Character District 4 and Historic Districts.
we didn't ask for public input for the last one.
Oh, we didn't. It's a work session and, no,
Oh,
it's here.
Hello. You didn't use
Right.
that as an
Right,
excuse.
thank you. Hi. Hi. Sorry, still awake. Yes. I'm just making sure, is there
A reason for
the
the
reason for
presence?
the presence of our policeman?
Oh, goodness.
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
We got a panic alarm.
Really?
Oh my.
Hit it?
Oh, it must have accidentally got hit by a precarious spot.
We're testing you guys.
Tonight hasn't been full enough for you folks.
I know. Thank you for checking on us. You might have to drag us out at the end of the night.
That was good response time.
Yeah.
I wonder how long it took them. That's a good reason.
Yeah, now everyone
Sorry.
knows.
All right. Thank you for hanging in here. So,
Thank you for having us.
yeah. All right. Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Nico the contractor, and
I'm Regina.
And I'm Frank Gasolino.
Nice
Hello.
to hear.
Thank you. All right. Please
Where are we?
tell us what you got. All right.
We are the last ones on the docket, I think.
Yeah, I know.
actually, there's still something pending.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Still one quick thing to
Actually,
talk
two
about.
things. Really?
Yes. So,
Just one on the agenda.
No, we pushed one off. We
Oh,
have to
right.
resolve that also. Which still has to be done.
Yes, it's true. Thank you for, sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. So we planning on doing some work on the back of the building. We trying to work around on what we have, and we're trying to extend and make a garage out of it. So we did some planning and came up with some ideas, and we wanted to see what your thoughts, and we could go from there.
Okay.
do you have those drawings?
Yes.
We're looking at this.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. So, yeah, so explain what you're wanting to do here.
We would like to extend the side of the, right now it's a kitchen in there, there is a kitchen. So we'd like to extend it to the neighbor side and put a garage, so we can put a car and stuff like that.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
When I'm looking at this, which one is yours? What do we, do you have the white clapboarded?
Yes, and the,
Yeah.
yes.
Terrible vinyl.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
ugly
and
thing.
we're not thrilled with it. We,
It's a neat little space, yes.
yeah.
So the top photograph shows the white addition, and then what's to the left is yours?
To the left is ours, up to that, to the brown wall, which is our neighbor, and that's our neighbor's garage.
Okay, and on the lower photo is your neighbor?
The other side,
Yeah.
which they have a garage, but they have an empty space in between
Okay.
our existing white vinyl structure.
Yes.
And then what behind it is the unit.
Yeah, right.
And what we'd like to do is, again, as Nico said, extend that to be a covered garage for one car, and that would mean that this white structure would be a little narrower, and we'd turn that into a bit of a mudroom, just an entrance.
Yep.
And then from there into the house.
So, are you going to demolish the white structure and start from scratch, or are you going to extend?
We're just gonna,
Oh, Yes, we're using, the microphones don't really project.
Oh,
You
they
can
don't.
also, you're welcome to bring your chairs forward a little bit.
We didn't want to demolish it. We wanted to keep what's there because inside there's actually cabinetry on one side. We actually keep that, which is on the right side if you look at it. And where the doorway is, we would remove that door. And kind of actually move that door over to where that window is blocked on. And then, as you can see from the plans, we would then extend that over to the brown wall. And so the mudroom would get smaller and the empty space would get larger, and that would be covered over to become a garage.
You can see the picture up there from the
Oh,
outside.
yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah, and you've got them.
Isaac's got it
So
down.
your intent is to have a brick envelope? Yeah.
Yes.
We will use old brick to match the existing structure above.
And have so what we're going to see is a flat roofed or lightly
It
pitched
has to
roof,
be a little bit pitched.
pitched toward the alleyway.
Yeah.
Because we really can't pitch it left or right.
Correct.
True that.
There's the plans.
There'll be metal standing seam.
Very helpful.
And
Going to the plans.
you're gonna have to put footings in for this. So there's some mechanical stuff.
Yes.
And you'll have the drawings to show
And
the,
you recognize that digging the footing and it's gonna be on someone else's property.
Yes, yes.
You're gonna attach this to
white
the
thing
building
gone.
on the left.
Yes, that's the plan.
This little,
yes.
this little.
And you're gonna clearly have to work something out with the
Of course, yeah.
neighbor.
Yeah,
to-
right here.
Of course, right here.
Because you're gonna have
We
to.
didn't know that, but,
Yeah.
yep.
No,
well,
you do, yeah. But you're gonna be responsible for tying your roof into that, the rest of that. Yeah, yeah.
Yes. And you have foundation plans in there as well.
We saw them, yeah.
Okay.
So
It looks like yours comes out as far as theirs does.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
we would go the
exactly.
same as this.
honestly, the only thing, other than wishing you luck for me, is the perching the air conditioning unit on the roof of it seems a little prominent. Otherwise, honestly, for me,
Okay, you did look, okay.
I don't see how you're asking for anything that your abutters
Don't
already
already
have.
Exactly. And in terms of the condenser, one neighbor on the right has it attached to the wall.
But you're on a wall.
We've heard, well, we could put it up in between those windows, but we've heard that there's vibrations that you can feel, so
Yeah.
we've been advised to put it on the roof and build the structure, and then we will put a wooden facade around it.
Anybody else? Comments?
Kind of what you do.
Is there any conversation about another kind of material for the exterior of it, or is brick the best move? Mr. Wyckoff?
I'm wondering about the fire code, then they would have to use the cement
Some sort of cement board.
cement clapboard.
On which, on both sides, or?
I'm not really sure.
I was gonna use it to our firewall on the neighbor side, when I'm touching, to our firewall.
Yeah.
And then the outside, it's the outside. We're gonna use a brick veneer, it's lighter, doesn't need much maintenance. It looks like the brick
It's like
is
the
there.
brick that's there. Yeah.
None.
Definitely better than that vinyl thing that's
Oh,
there.
God, yeah.
I would agree with your hesitation to brick, just because I think the language of using a clapboard material is more of like a secondary structure in addition.
This,
rather than like-
I guess part of the reason that I wanted to talk about that was that it I know that you're planning what you're planning, but it lacks a roof. It doesn't have a capping presence, it's just gonna stop. And as an ancillary building, those kinds of things are usually done in less dramatic
Right.
solid material than brick.
Yeah.
Now, the face of that will be, of course, the garage door.
Greatly, about
Yeah.
3/4 of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, exactly. So you'll have just a little facing around the edges, which would be this other material, the brick. And the part on the right side is gonna be, would be on the neighbor's side that already has brick. So we thought that would be consistent, but
You're right, you're absolutely right. We're having a conversation about design, and I just,
This does,
Yeah.
this, just the way it's drawn, looks a little suburban, right?
Yeah, we've selected a different door, one that's more of a carriage house, more, we think, in keeping with the age of the building. And then he did not put, the draftsman did not put brick there, but. Does it show brick? Did he brick it? Oh, he did, okay.
So I just say, you might want to play around with using
Yes. Yeah.
a clapboard and wood trim, or what'll be,
some
fire
board,
rated
yeah.
hardy trim, or whatever it has to be.
One other thought was something to provide a cap for the edge of it, like if we were in the mid-50s, we'd put a little balustrade there. But something to give it a little bit more, the brick is kind of, I think it's kind of severe.
You've got a post there, you can work with the post.
How visible is this?
It's in the
It's
alley.
in the alley.
Can't see it.
It's not the front,
The
it's the alley.
neighbor's garage is clapboard on that right side, is clapboard on the front.
That's the alley it's in. So that is really behind Massimo's restaurant, and that's where all the garbage buckets are lined up.
It's all around,
I know, that's a different conversation. It's gonna drive you mad. It's gonna drive you mad. I know. Because we also have the other restaurant there, which is at the,
Massimo's.
no, First Press.
The
Press room.
press room.
Press room.
Yeah.
So what we knew what we did when we did it. So we're thrilled.
Well, you look at that addition, the press room built on the back of there. That's quite something.
Quite a thing, yeah. I do have to say, we're just, that little alleyway is kind of up and coming. I was in there this afternoon, and
Doing what?
looking at this for the, 14th time. But the back of Emilio's, and the back of Al's, and the back of the nondescript building next to it, all looking kind of fine for an alleyway, for that alleyway.
Yeah, garage.
I honestly, my heart swelled, and I said, we are doing something of benefit for the community, the way we've been digging in on that. So I'm pleased.
And we saved those buildings.
I'd like to think.
We did.
Yeah. So anyway, we want to.
We're just patting ourselves
Yeah.
now.
That's all right.
Any other comments?
Is this also called Shade Street?
I'm sorry?
No, the back alley's not, what's it called?
Custom House Lane.
Custom House Lane.
Yeah, because the title block says
Yes,
Shade.
Custom
Yeah.
House Lane.
I think it'll be nice and very useful for you guys, so.
Yeah, it's great. Now we just have to figure out what to do with the garbage buckets. That-
Yeah, we have, you can see in the plans, there's a little spot, a little square, maybe it's 5 by 5, maybe 4 by 4, outside that door. That's
It's
gonna
the
be everything.
restaurant.
It's
They
gonna
have
be,
it.
it's gonna be our buckets, it's gonna be we have a little dog, that's gonna be a little dog, with the dog. But anyway.
Welcome to Portsmouth.
You bet. It took 208 years for that house to wait for us. We're fine.
So what are you doing with those windows, though?
The windows in the back there?
We already closed them up.
We've already closed them up in a previous meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one where we had the little, like.
Yeah.
That was a great idea.
That's a
yeah.
good segue, because the other 14 windows in the building are
have to be repaired.
non-functional.
Yes.
So one of the things we wanted to talk about tonight was replacing those, and Nico has the material on,
After putting on.
yeah, so we've submitted that. And it's the similar window to what was approved in the building next door to us, number 9, and I believe it's the same window that was.
Yeah.
A lot of them going on.
Mark?
Yeah, you are going to have some issues, just to say, of course, with some out of squareness in some of those.
Oh, yeah.
It's horrible.
But we're going to have to live with the result of that.
Well, you gotta make it look nice.
Okay.
You know, well, nothing else you can do. You gotta
Love
work
to hear
around
what your
the
plan
line.
for that is, too.
My plan is to get a square window and work around the trim. I have to trim it out and I have to make it look nice. Outside, I'm not doing anything on the outside. I'm only doing the inside.
Most of the outside is more square than the inside.
Yeah.
It's all is relative.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I do want to point out that in the window scheduling, you've got some of the smaller windows that are on the 3rd floor.
They need to be replaced to a 3 by 3.
Yes, so it needs to be 3 over 3,
Yes.
not 6 over
I
6.
did see that,
squashed like
yes.
that.
I got that, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna look exactly the same.
Yes.
Like for like.
Can I just,
Please.
I just want to caution you, there's some, like the masonry wall is probably brick bearing wall, right? You're tying into it. So you might want to consult a structural engineer.
We already have.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
And you're not getting rid of the bulkhead door,
We're gonna flatten it.
Oh, yeah.
So
You're gonna
it'll-
drive over it.
It'll be flat, and then again, we can exactly drive
Would
over.
you say good luck?
Double lock.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. There's a third item that I called Isaac about yesterday. We got kind of bad news from our chimney mason. There's some history on the inside of the house you may not know. A previous builder, before we owned it, removed 3 chimneys in the rear of the house. 3 fireplaces in the middle of the house on the rear chimney. The balance of the chimney on top is very poorly supported. We've had 3 chimney sweeps out there and masons, and yesterday one of them said he won't even work on it other than to remove it because it's structurally unsound. It could fall into the building. It could also topple off of the building. He said it needs to be removed. The other, the other situation that it's causing is that it's leaking into the building. So before he can keep working, we've got to address this. I would like approval to remove it. I would like to rebuild it, but I cannot rebuild it out of brick because it'll still suffer the same problem structurally. It can't be done. So what I would like to propose is a wooden structure faced with brick so it looks like it should. So, again, sorry they came up at the last minute, but we just found out yesterday. I do have an email from the mason.
That's unfortunate.
I talked to Nick about this back in the day. The deed had already been done. Yeah, and before we purchased the property, I did talk to, I think I talked to Isaac about, do we inherit the sins of the past? And I talked to the building inspector about the same thing because we wanted to know what we were getting into. But we'll remediate everything on the inside, but this is something that came up, and I didn't realize it at the time, but we do now.
Anything else? you wanna say? All right. Does the public have anything to say?
Yes, indeed. I'm John Evans. I own and reside at 17 Sheaf Street, which is a neighboring house to 11 Sheaf Street. And one thing I want to point out at the outset, you're not dealing just with repairs or renovations to one house, or 4 houses, 4 virtually identical historic houses known as the Sheaf Street Row. Row should mean something to you. That's why the houses are virtually identical. And that is true of the back as well as the front. You'll see the projection that, I guess it's your kitchen, I don't know what it is, that you're proposing to extend, that comes out and makes an L. So it matches my L, which is my garage, matches your neighbor's L at number 11, matches the L at 19. It's all very symmetrical, as you would expect, with 4 of these federal houses all clumped together and designed as a row and built as a row in 1816 or thereabouts. 1816 is about as accurate a date as I can come up with. I'd like to read to you 2 sentences from the Portsmouth Advocate's report. I think you're all probably pretty familiar with it. These 2 sentences go, this building, and by this building they're referring to the 4 structures, this building is significant as Portsmouth's only purely residential federal brick row block, well preserved and retaining its original character. It is remarkable for retaining the scale, and character of what is Portsmouth's only remaining residential downtown street, once the norm rather than the exception. This is what you're dealing with. So you're dealing with 4 separate properties, historic properties, all federal, genuine federal, some of them, like mine, with the chimneys intact, as all of them have, except yours, because not your fault, but a previous owner decided he wanted the extra room or something. I don't know what the point of it was. Why buy a historic house if you want to tear out all of the fireplaces?
Yeah, exactly right.
So I have serious objections, and if you don't mind, I'd like to submit this statement from the Portsmouth Associates for the record. The other thing that is threatening to me is building this garage right smack against my clapboard garage and addition. This is asking for trouble. How am I expected to maintain the clapboards, or how indeed is he expected to maintain the brick or whatever he decides to use to fabricate this structure? This is just asking for trouble, besides destroying the symmetry of all of the L additions of these 4 precious houses. So I ask you to ponder this before you even consider giving approval to any changes, because the changes should be harmonized with all 4 of these houses. And I don't know who I submit this to. Would you put this in the record? Or I'll take it out. I'll take it up to the judge.
Okay. Could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So all 3 of these structures that are part of this block, symmetrical, they all have garages on the back.
No, two of them do. Number 11 is proposed. Number 9, which is their neighbor on the right side, if you're
Both sides
standing
of us have
looking at them. Mine at number 17.
Right.
And there's none at 19.
So is your objection when you talk about the symmetry, if they were to come out as far as your garage and the neighbors, doesn't that maintain the symmetry?
Not if you're going to have a roof line that runs horizontally right across the entire width of their property. I mean, that's totally destructive.
What do you have for a roof line?
Roof line? Well, for one, it's only part of the property. Roof line is a flat roof.
So it's the width of what they're proposing.
Yeah, it's an L. Clearly an L.
This takes up freehold area.
It's not the whole back of the property, roofed over, emphasizing the horizontal. The horizontal will kill the aesthetic, especially when you put copper guttering. Just make it gleam and let that horizontal stand out. So, I beg you, consider what you're dealing with. You're dealing with 4 houses. You're dealing with row houses. You're dealing with something that's, according to the Portsmouth Associates, is unique in Portsmouth. Thank you.
I'd rather that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a 2-story.
Yeah, he goes up 2 stories, I'm only going up 1.
Yeah.
You think symmetry's the eye beholder.
It's the footprint is what he's concerned about.
The footprint does have an L.
What might not be clear is that each.
Sorry, you can come to the, thank you.
Hi, I'm Douglas Allen, and I'm a resident at 17 Sheaf Street. And what might not be clear is that each of the 4 houses are similarly situated in that the back of them have both an empty space and then a built-up space, either for a garage or additional living space. That's the part that they have currently that they're looking to eliminate, which would deviate from the schematic
Don't think
of
we're
the rest.
eliminating it.
We're not eliminating
I don't
it.
believe we're eliminating it, we're actually honoring that.
Back of their property line. And want to roof the whole thing up.
I think we understand what you're talking about, and when we do our next site visit, we will take a look at it again.
Good.
With that in
Good.
mind.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Any other discussions?
I would suggest if he has to have the chimney removed now, that you should come back, with a public hearing and get permission to remove this chimney. We can't give it to you now because this is a work session.
I have to wait a month
Yes.
before I can
Or get
suggest
Shanti to
that.
declare it to have
Yeah,
it
we
to the
can't
public.
approve anything. in
We
work
can't
session.
approve anything right now. Yeah, you can go to the inspection department and
Have them
have,
clear it to.
Oh, for the chimney, yes, for the
Chimney.
chimney, for the chimney.
What
Yeah.
about for the windows?
you have to
Same
wait.
thing.
You have to
You
wait?
can't, yeah.
Of course. You've got to present the,
Yeah.
what you
Okay.
can.
Question for you.
It's just a lead
Are the
time.
windows- Are these windows gonna work? The only reason I'm asking is because there's 6 weeks lead time.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I'm asking. If you say they're gonna work, they're gonna work. If there is a window that you prefer, and we don't mind changing the window. I want to know if it works, because the lead time, it's the key.
Yeah.
We don't care the window, we just wanna make a window that
I mean,
works.
this is a window that has been approved elsewhere. Are you, is it also going to be on the front of the?
Yes,
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
that's fine.
Just so we can place the
And we'll
water.
keep the black on the outside, just as it is today.
Okay. Sure.
So what style, what kind of window is it?
Marvin.
The Marvin elevator.
The elevate, it has
I'm not sure
the
about
wood,
the
it's
elevator.
wood on the inside, 6 on has all 6, the half wood, screen. you know.
See, a lot of the windows, we have had problems with when you get the black sashes, because the jamb that the window slides up and down in is often white,
Usually comes on a white,
or,
that way it won't scratch from up and down.
you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yes.
But then
The
you see,
vinyl.
but then there's black and you see the white strip.
The white strip. So you want, but if the sash is black, is
Well,
that
yeah,
okay?
Maybe you could check around a little and see.
I think it's white, I think we're doing white.
Are you
Windows,
white on the outside?
black on the inside, white on
Wait,
the outside.
you're
No, they're
number,
not
Black
going to
shutters
They can't
up against the
you're
white.
number 11.
Yeah, I
No,
think it's
we're-
already, is it white? Yeah, Yeah, I I think think that's so white. we'll keep the white. Yeah, I- we're keeping
And
the white on the
We
inside.
require half screens too.
Yeah, and and half half screens, screens, yeah.
There is no screens, yes.
And black shutters, we'll keep the black shutters.
It sounds patronizing, but
we bought a 200-year-old house because we just dig the history and we want to keep it exactly like it wants to be. So if there's something that, if there's something that you want us to do a little different, that's why we're here.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Now, question. How does that all happen? How does that all get resolved? I had no idea that.
These people vote on it.
I would reach out and have a conversation.
Yeah, we've never met.
Okay. Because
the first time we met.
if you do,
I had no idea.
right, well, you are gonna need to have a conversation with them anyway, because if you do get permission to do this, you are gonna have to figure out how to join those walls.
He's renting it to our space. You get whatever kitchen or whatever vents are coming in, and we're
Yes.
gonna have to
You
revote them.
bought in.
Oh, yeah, we're.
Yeah.
So you make it work.
You gotta
We
make
can't-
it work.
We can't
Yeah.
make
Oh,
it work.
I-
We will
that's-
make our best attempt at doing something that's reasonable, that follows our code, and is supported by law in case anyone was going to try to sue. But you've got to make it work.
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to be honest.
No, I appreciate that. That's great.
All right,
All right.
it sounds like, do you want another work session, or you're just gonna come back for?
No,
We're gonna come back for the approval.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we're
And I
gonna,
will go to the inspection to see if we can get something on For the the chimney, chimney. yeah.
On the chimney.
Yeah, it's three bad things that happen.
If
Three
you
wanna
finish
walk,
it,
fall
it's
into the house, you'll fall off the
you
house.
can do that individually, just to walk by. All right, I would like a, motion to close the work session, please.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Table
Thank you.
item A.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we're going to have to,
Everything was fine. Everything you had was fine.
Thank you very much.
all right, So we're going back to the public hearing petition of Paul R. Delisle, revocable trust. Seems to be a no-show. Can I have a motion to postpone
Without
to
prejudice, I'd like to postpone this.
next month? Sorry, my neck is tight.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Chair votes aye. And then the last piece of business is reviewing the draft of the historic district boundary line revision. So hopefully you all had a chance to review that. Again, you know, the intent is to capture all of the parcels that actually face and front on Middle Street, just like they do on Islington Street, and not clip corners of buildings here and there. So if this...
We're not allowed to sneak anything in.
We're not going to sneak anything in. But yeah. And then, the intent is to, like I said, is just to follow that. So if there are no, if it looks good, if there are no major objections, we'll move that forward to the planning board, just to have them review it, and they'll move it forward to city council.
So moved. Second.
Well, it looks like a large.
Wait a second.
Or we can discuss it now that there's a motion on the table.
Hey, you know. There looks like there's whole streets that are being taken out.
Here.
Little side streets.
Little side streets, because again, the intent is to capture Middle Street and not the side streets here. That was what, it's, again, like the same thing as Islington Street. These are the entry corridors into the city. And so yeah, they're meant to capture all of the parcels that face onto Middle Street.
Which ones did you have issues with?
Any of them.
Place wasn't,
If you go, I think, are you,
Was because of the green?
yeah, so, which really just like, it captures the backs of the houses.
It's like if you can't see it, it's not in the district.
I see whole lots. I see.
Right, I see what you're talking, it's, I always.
55 and 54.
It's being taken, this is
Right.
being taken out.
Right. But they don't face Middle Street. I mean, they're not on Middle Street. So,
Well, as I said before, I'm not here to see the district get smaller. So I know I'm a minority voice, but so be it.
Can we get
Well-
Northwest Street removed because it's not a thoroughfare?
It's a road to nowhere.
just looking at Middle Street here.
So I guess
Just thought I'd throw that out.
There was a bridge at one time.
I guess
I know, the old maps, yeah.
I didn't, I thought we were
Yeah.
focusing just on properties that were being bisected. I
No.
didn't realize we were
Obviously
taking
wooden.
whole lots that were in
Oh,
and putting them.
can I maybe clarify that? Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
So in where it says in the lime green, the HTC parcels, those entire parcels were not all within the HTC. It could have been a minor sliver of it. What we're saying is that was what the original one was, and then when we clean up the property lines, this is what it will look like. So we're not saying that every single parcel that was in even had a structure that was considered an HTC. It could have had one little strip on the parcel itself that was in the boundary line. And in a lot of cases, nobody would have built a new structure or expanded in a lot of those cases.
So there's something about this page that explains better why something is being dropped out. So if we could change the...
I can have Peter work the other two maps to match that last one,
Yeah.
if that's
It's
helpful.
really just the Middle Street map.
Yeah.
Sure. That's missing. And that would be great. I think it would be helpful for us to see, but also for the planning board to see.
Okay.
Because then it really shows that only a triangle at one corner was in.
Right, so what we'll do is we can show this exact map with an overlay of the exact current district lines, and then we can see exactly, you know, which parcels or which structures might be coming in or out.
That would be, do you want to see that before we make a recommendation to move on?
Sure. I mean, the middle school's coming out. I just see several lots coming out. And I gotta think whoever put this together originally had an idea of what they were doing.
No, I'm
No?
sorry.
It was,
So-
originally it was a distance from the middle of the
It was a
road.
distance, it
No,
really
it's-
was.
Whole lots are coming out.
But it was just like a 300-foot corridor, which is just not how,
Real good zoning is done.
right, you just don't do it that way. I would, as a professional of this, we draw boundary lines for districts all the time. You always go by the parcel.
Are you saying that some of these lime green ones are sort of like cut in half?
Yes.
Okay.
Exact, that's what I was saying. I think it might be better if I show the exact
Yes.
And it could
current
be some of
digits
them are
300
well
feet or
intended.
something like that.
It could
Yeah.
be, some of it actually is beneficial to the commission, but they're all the pieces that are in question are honestly accidental.
Okay.
Yep.
It really was 300 feet or whatever the number was, and that's what it was.
The
from the
intention
middle of
was
the
to,
road.
right,
I
the
do-
intention
I
was
do-
to capture things
I do see
on
that.
Middle Street.
It was,
So it was your fault.
it could have been my fault.
All right. And David Allen.
Okay.
Nothing was okay.
fault. You don't know David well enough.
So would you like?
Kinda do.
Do we want to see that before we?
I'd like to change my motion to taking a good look at this next month.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
We can do that.
I'll
So we'll
second
get-
that motion.
Thank you.
Because there's a little bit of inconsistency.
Yeah.
All in favor?
All right, yes. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, chair votes aye. Okay, now I would love to have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Aye.
Thank you. Aye.
There's some